Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the December 5th, 2023 City Council regular hybrid meeting. I'm Mayor Salim Nice. This evening's hybrid City Council meeting is being brought to you by Zoom. We're also broadcasting on the city's YouTube channel. We welcome anyone wishing to watch the meeting to join us on the city's YouTube channel via Zoom or at the Mercer Community and Event Center. Welcome to all and thanks for joining us tonight. Council members, please have your microphones turned on for the roll call. City Clerk Andrea Larson, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Andral.
Here.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Here.
And Mayor Nice.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have a quorum present. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Council, please mute, turn off your video to ensure that the U.S.'s flag is visible. And please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we now move to approval of tonight's agenda. If there's no questions, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by Councilmember Jacobson. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Mayor Nice.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
And Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Motion passes and the agenda is approved. First on the agenda tonight, we have a couple of items of special business. I'd like to welcome the members of the Mercer Island Fire Department to join us to be recognized for their promotions. I'd like to welcome Eastside Fire and Rescue Chief Ben Lane and Deputy Chief Doug McDonald.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Ben Lane, your fire chief. Again, I want to express our ongoing appreciation for the support from the city council and city staff. We have the special privilege tonight of celebrating 14 promotions of your fire department. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Chief Doug McDonald to introduce the newly promoted Mercer Island firefighters.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, city staff. I'd like to start off by introducing Battalion Chief Steve McCoy, Lieutenant Mike Peters, Lieutenant Alec Monroe, Lieutenant Eric Gaines, Firefighter Engineer John Novak, Firefighter Engineer Matt Kennedy, Firefighter Engineer Mark Givens, Firefighter Engineer Scott Logston, and Firefighter Engineer Josh Stalker. In addition, we have other individuals that were unable to attend this evening, but we want to show our support and congratulations of those. And that is Captain Brent Horshman, Captain Ray Austin, Firefighter Engineer Jeff Coburn, Firefighter Engineer Kent Bastrom, and Firefighter Engineer Larry Jorgensen. And again, congratulations to these gentlemen for quite the accomplishment, and we wish them the best in their new position. Thank you for this opportunity tonight.
Thank you. And, I'll just say it was my honor to read the oath earlier this afternoon and attend the pinning ceremony along with many of my council colleagues. So once again, a big congratulations to all of you. And we appreciate the efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Council, if you can just give me a minute to change rooms, we're going to go into the Community Member of the Year presentation. I'm going to turn this camera off momentarily here.
Have a good night.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, next we have the 2022 Community Member of the Year presentation. Please join me in welcoming the 2022 Community Member of the Year recipient, Lola Dean. I will now read the proclamation that is being improved later on in the agenda. And Lola, come on up. You're trapped. Great to see you. Okay, whereas in 1990, the City Council began recognizing outstanding contributions of the Mercer community members, and the city has continued this tradition for more than 30 years. At the May 23, 2023 City Council mid-year planning session, the City Council selected Lola Dean as the 2022 Community Member of the Year for her contributions to the Mercer Island community. Lola Dean has a long history of community involvement on Mercer Island. Lola was active in the development of Dragon Park, which was later renamed Dean's Children's Park. Lola helped found the Mercer Island Community Fund and was active in the launch of the Mercer Island Youth and Family Services and other youth and civic activities. Lola continues to give back to the Mercer Island community by volunteering 3 days a week at the Mercer Island Thrift Shop, helping with books. Through Lola's lifelong passion for volunteering and contributions, her impact to the Mercer Island community is deep and lasting. Now, therefore, I, Salim Neese, Mayor of Mercer Island, do hereby proclaim Lola Dean as the 2022 Community Member of the Year. And I'll turn it over to you for a few comments. Oh,
thank
well,
you.
your award, of course.
Okay. Oh, I get it.
You do.
How about that? Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, it was easier being an active citizen in the late 1950s, early 1960s, when we, a lot of us here, had the opportunity to participate in the founding of this city. It's all your work now.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. And congratulations.
Thank you. Can I go?
Well, I'm going to open it up to council. If anyone on council wants to say a few brief words. There we go. Councilmember Weicker.
I will kick us off and just say, Lola Dean, thank you so much for your leadership back then. I raised my kids in this community and we love that Dragon Park, and Youth and Family Services meant the world to me and my family as we had good times and bad times. So I can't thank you enough for being a pioneer in making Mercer Island the community that is today. So your legacy is just so honorable, and so grateful for you for doing all that work back then, and I'm grateful to be able to carry the torch a little bit now, but we are certainly standing on the shoulders of giants for you and your peers for doing everything you did to build this community. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Wendy did a pretty darn good job. I don't know how I can improve on that, but thank you, Ms. Dean, for all of your contributions to the community. And the Dragon Park is a huge asset. Even with no children, I have enjoyed spending time in that wooded area. And everything you've done is much, much appreciated and paved the way for all the good work we hope to be able to do now.
Excellent. Councilmember Jacobson.
Well, congratulations. It's well deserved. You've been a paradigm for what volunteer work should look like on our island. We'd be remiss if we didn't also thank you for being one of the founders of Island Books. Congratulations, and thanks for all you've done for the island.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, just wanted to repeat my own congratulations. When I don't think we've met before, as best I can recall, but when I saw your long list of accomplishments, my first thought was, how did we wait so long to honor this woman? Because it was very impressive, everything you've accomplished. And in particular, I assume you've been following the changes coming to the park that bears your name to build the bike skills area. A whole new generation of kids is going to grow up thanking you for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I actually had the same thought as Craig did. I was surprised that you hadn't been Citizen of the Year already. So congratulations, and thank you so much for all that you've done and continue to do.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Well, I think my colleagues have already said almost everything I wanted to say, but the only things I wanted to add is that we are in the presence of greatness, and she's wearing a red sweater right over there. We're looking forward to seeing your photo added to the wall of honor in our new city hall to be seen for generations to come.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, is that an old hand?
That is an old hand.
Excellent. So we're gonna, do you have any final words?
No, thank you all and keep up the good work.
Thank you. So we'll pause for a picture and I'll pop back in another room, but thank you, council.
Okay. Do we stand here or do we?
Do you want us to on the side of the podium or? Okay. Hold that
I'll
up.
hold this
Yeah,
up.
there you go.
Yes, there. Okay.
Okay, moving on, council. The next item is an item of special business. I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, to read a statement on recent anti-Semitism.
Sorry, give me 1 second here. The Mercer Island City Council stands united in condemning the recent anti-Semitic incidents targeting Jewish organizations in our community. Such acts, fueled by bigotry and aimed at instilling fear among our Jewish residents, are unacceptable in Mercer Island. Our commitment is to foster a community underpinned by unity and respect, where the diversity and beliefs of all islanders are embraced and respected. Hatred and acts of terror gain ground only when met with silence or indifference. We categorically refuse to be silent. Instead, we assert our unwavering solidarity with the Jewish community in these challenging times.
Thank you. We will be taking action on whether to approve this statement to be used in public communications as the first item of regular business, so we'll have an opportunity to speak to it then. Next up on the agenda, we have the city manager's report, for which we welcome City Manager Jesse Blum.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Casey Thompson is going to share the brief slide deck we have this evening. Happy December 5th. Next slide, please, Casey. Council, as you are well aware, and I believe the community is mostly aware as well, we are operating right now without a city hall and even a storefront at the moment. So this is just a reminder that anyone that needs assistance with any city services, permit questions, the best way to contact us is directly through our customer service team. I've included their phone number and their email address at the top of the slide. Next slide, please. Looking ahead to council meetings and board and commission meetings, council, I am anticipating that later tonight you will pass a motion to cancel the second meeting in December. So should that occur, the next time I will see you is January 2nd. And I do have an update. You will likely be back in person then, so I'll talk more about that in a minute. We do have a planning commission meeting this week as well, December 6th. All of our board and commission meetings and council meetings are updated and kept current on our website, and the link is there at the bottom of the slide. Next slide. All right, city updates. So speaking of council meetings, earlier tonight, Mayor Neese was broadcasting from the Slater Room for the fire promotional ceremony and the recognition of Lola Dean. That is the room where we will be hosting our council meetings in person starting January 2nd. We also anticipate that space being used for board and commission members. So as of just 4 or 5 days ago, all of the equipment and the cabling is now installed in that room. The use you just saw was really our first live test drive of the equipment. So thankfully all the equipment is in now. We'll be taking the next 2 to 3 weeks, pretty much the month of December, to test and troubleshoot and make sure we're fully operational. Council, assuming that all goes well, we will see you back in person on January 2nd. I should also mention we've zhuzhed up the room quite a bit. That's my word of the night. So we've got new paint, carpet. We're going to be bringing in a more permanent dais, but for right now, the tables and the big visual screens are in place as well. So my thanks to everyone for their patience. This was one of the more challenging transitions we've had to navigate, but the room is looking great and we're almost there. In the meantime, just a reminder, we have a lot going on behind the scenes. The staff are working with our consultants to complete our facility condition assessment work on the rest of our buildings, and the long-range planning work is kicked off as well behind the scenes. So I anticipate we'll be in front of you in the first quarter of 2024 to begin talking about city facilities and what comes next for City Hall. Next slide. It is that time of year again, the holiday season. Our police teams will be out and present at many of the holiday events on the island. I also wanted to make you aware that they are running what they call their anti-Grinch patrols, which are special emphasis patrols focusing on things like package theft and vehicle prowls, which unfortunately we see an increase of both of those types of incidents this time of year. So they're out. They've got a plan. We have extra resources and working on making contacts and keeping our community safe. Just a friendly reminder that if you see something, say something. That is one of the best ways we can help each other out during this season. Next slide, please. Council, we've been pretty busy dealing with a couple other matters, and so I'm not sure this information got to you, but I wanted to make sure you were aware that over the last 2 weeks, we had 4 water main breaks in the neighborhoods that are listed there on the screen. I won't read them out loud. Thankfully, our crews were on scene quickly and able to resolve the matter with, there wasn't no impact, but minimal impact to the nearby residences. So we also had utility crew members on island all weekend, just as a precautionary measure to deal with these 4 breaks and also should anything else happen. These weather patterns we're seeing, particularly the high rains, often cause problems for us in the utilities department. So we are staffed up and we are responding as quickly as we can. Thanks to our public works crew. This is a heads up slide. We've got a couple of big projects happening at Luther Burbank Park in the next year. So a couple things that will be happening in the next month, just so everyone's aware. Our colleagues with Associated Earth Sciences will be at Luther Burbank this week. They are going to be drilling 2 locations near the sports courts. In anticipation of that project, we have to do some geotechnical work because we have to build a special access road to be able to get materials, equipment into where the current tennis courts / pickleball courts are located. So that's why that geotechnical work is happening. That project, the pickleball court upgrade, is anticipated to start this spring and be completed shortly thereafter. Council, we also have a really exciting project on deck, something we've been working on for several years. This is the Luther Burbank Dock project and the waterfront improvement project. So we will also have geotechnical engineers out drilling in the waterfront plaza area. This will be sometime in mid-December, and they're taking soil borings in this area to investigate the extent and severity of any soil contamination that was related to very old decommissioned underground fuel tanks. So all the geotech work that is happening out at Luther Burbank, it is normal course of action for us and getting us ready for 2 really exciting capital projects that are coming right up. Next slide, please. All right, we've been providing updates at every council meeting on the Sewer Basin 40 project. So this is in the Mercerdale neighborhood. We're making great progress. Teams are, and I'll remind you, the scope of this project is 12,000 feet of cured in place pipe is being installed into existing sewer mains. This prevents underground seepage and stormwater runoff inflow into our sewer network. So last week, our contractor installed several service connection seals on 91st and nearly 500 feet of liner between Shore Club and Mercerwood Shore Club. Shore Club Drive and Mercerwood Shore Club. This slide has a lot of tricky phrases in it. Anyway, we are at 10 weeks of construction, and we have completed about 10,000 feet of work of the more than 12,000 feet that's involved in this project. So I just wanted to tell you we're on track. We have a few more weeks of work, and possibly the next time I see you, we will be really close to completion, if not completed. Hats off to the teams that have been working through all sorts of crazy weather scenarios. Upcoming events. A couple things. Wanted to make sure you have these on your calendar. On December 7th, there will be a menorah lighting at Mercerdale Park from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock. This weekend, Saturday, December 9th, at Mercerdale Park, the Girl Scouts will be doing their annual toy drive. So we encourage you to come out and make a donation to them. We have a family holiday movie night on December 15th at the community center, and I am hearing it's already sold out. So that turned out to be a very popular event. We'll look to do more of those types of programs in the future. The Argosy Christmas Ships will be here December 17th. And then looking ahead to January and the new year, we will have an Island Lanterns community art project. So more on that the next time I see you. Thanks, Casey. Next slide. Okay, some good news, and then we'll wrap it up. The Youth and Family Services Department just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the great work that they're doing. They provided service to 137 Islander families for Thanksgiving this year, and their holiday gift program is currently supporting 96 children from 55 different Islander families. So thanks to them for all the work they're doing. Supporting our families in need during this season. That work would not be possible, however, without the incredible partnership with the Mercer Island Youth and Family Services Foundation and all of the community members and businesses that generously donate to support this program. Huge thank you. And if you haven't, get out and visit the tree lot as well. Anyone needing more information about our emergency assistance program, the link is available there at the bottom of the screen. All right, and last but certainly not least, last Friday we had just an outstanding crowd, probably one of the biggest ones ever, at Mercerdale Park for our annual tree lighting and firehouse munch. I was not able to be there. I was under the weather, but I understand Mayor Neese counted us down, and we lit the tree. Thank you again to our sponsors, Puget Sound Energy, John L. Scott, Street Treats, and Hub Boba for making this event a success. And if you haven't been out in the town center, it's all lit up. It looks fantastic. So for my staff to all of you, very happy holidays.
Perfect. Thank you. Our next item of business is appearances. This is an opportunity for anyone to speak to the City Council on any item, except items requiring a public hearing, any quasi-judicial matters, or campaign-related matters. City Clerk, do we have anyone for public appearance this evening?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Tonight's agenda will include in-person public appearances and remote public appearances via Zoom. Individuals wishing to address the council may do so in person or by Zoom or telephone, provided they registered with the City Clerk by 4 p.m. today. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be called by name. Remarks must be addressed to the council as a whole and not to individual council or staff members. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks who becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the City Council may be requested by the mayor to leave the meeting. Please speak audibly and state your name and city of residence for the record. There'll be a timer on the screen. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. When your time is ended, I'll thank you for your comments and move to the next speaker or item of business. City Clerk, please call the first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker tonight is Dan Nordell. Our next speakers after Dan will be Jackie Hartman and Carolyn Bozeman.
Get going. Good evening. Dan Nordell, a 20-year resident of Mercer Island, I am speaking today as the treasurer of the Mercer Island Country Club, representing our 3,200 members. Appreciate you've all received a large volume of email from members. So tonight we're intentionally limiting our speakers to not overly burden this meeting. You'll hear from Jackie Hartman, the head coach of the high school state champion girls tennis team, and she also coaches on the boys team. And you'll hear from two high school players and members of the juniors program. Tennis and pickleball are high growth sports, and this project provides greater access to Mercer Island residents for those sports. The club can't meet the demand for juniors tennis with just the 7 indoor courts that we have. This project expands that so we don't turn kids away. We also cannot provide indoor pickleball during winter months. Again, we could correct that. The intention is to increase availability by restoring the bubble just during the rainy season. The club had a bubble in this exact same location, 1969 to 1984. It's in the corner of the property adjacent to Island Crest Way and the PPYC, or the Saddle Club. This is our third attempt to move this forward since 2018, and I think this is the most constructive path forward for the project. The staff has indicated the code amendment is significant in scope. Our land use council assures us that the proposed amendment need not result in a large scope of work, and we stand ready to collaborate. The wording suggested is similar to wording used in Bellevue's code, but obviously, again, we're here for the collaboration. The important part, I think, for us to kind of reinforce is the low negative impact to environment, to neighborhood, and to the city. So it reestablishes what was already there. There's no new impervious surface, no impact to surrounding trees. The site is surrounded by large mature trees. We've met with all neighbors within 300 feet, including the PPYC, and received entirely positive response. No public funds other than the limited resources of CPD are required. We want to thank you all for listening to all of us over and over again, engaging, working with us. Appreciate all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jackie Hartman, followed by Carolyn Boatsman and Darren Gold.
Welcome. You're going to have to unmute yourself there.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Thank you. As Dan Nordell said, my name is Jackie Hartman, and I'm here to speak briefly in support of docket proposal number 15 for MICC. As the coach of the Mercer Island High School girls tennis program and boys tennis program, we have many practice days and matches that are canceled due to weather. It's upwards of 40%. There are no Plan B options on the island when it is raining, and the MICC bubble would help us in that effort. As Dan said, we want to work collaboratively with you and really appreciate you taking the time to hear from us. So thank you, and we hope you'll approve our proposal.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carolyn Boatsman, followed by Darren Gold and Audrey Tintle.
Welcome. You go ahead.
Thanks, council members. I'm here to testify regarding proposed docket item number 16 regarding piped water courses. It's a good day to be thinking about water courses, by the way. The proposal would cancel out the intention of the comp plan and the code to improve ecological function of water courses as required by state critical areas laws. And considerable inflammatory claims are made in the proposal and errors of fact, which I would like to counter. Structures have been built in areas in which today's standards would protect the watercourses. The protected area or buffer by today's standards would be from 60 to 120 feet, depending upon the type of watercourse. New and additional encroachment is not allowed unless the improvement afforded by daylighting is completed. The area in which the restriction applies is within 45 feet of the piped watercourse, regardless of the type of the watercourse, which is a much smaller protective area than today's standards by 15 or 75 feet, depending on the type of watercourse. If the watercourse is daylighted, the restrictive area is hugely reduced to 15-foot buffer. I think that 3 docketing criteria are not met. The city's ability to provide resources and staff, considering the other huge and unique tasks before the city in 2024. I think that review and updates to the critical areas regulations are completed every 8 years as required by state regulations. And the current regs we have are about halfway through their 8-year cycle. I think that the matter of setbacks to watercourses can be much more efficiently and effectively considered during an update cycle when budget and staff time are allocated and scientific consultants are on board, all are engaged in a meaningful discussion of the entire critical areas regulations. Finally, the proponent did not identify any goal or policy in the comprehensive plan that the proposal would advance, stating only that this proposal does not conflict with the comp plan. However, it does conflict with the comp plan. It directly contradicts the goal of the comp plan to improve the ecological health of watercourses consistent with the state regulations. The erroneous statements in the proposal. It is stated that the code causes unintended consequences and is onerous. On the contrary, the code was understood and entirely intentional. The input of scientists was taken into consideration and it offers reasonable alternatives. It is stated that the code is a massive taking of property rights. This is not true. The code offers many alternatives for using the property, and there's a hearing examiner reasonable use exception. The proponent states that the council was apparently confused about a similar 2022 proposal. I doubt the council was confused in deciding not to docket last year. The proponent is way off in asserting that.
Thank you, Ms. Postman. Okay, next speaker.
Our next speaker tonight is Darren Gold, followed by Audrey Tintle, and then followed by Jane Tintle. Darren, if you're in the audience, we don't see you in the meeting as under your name. If you are in the audience, could you please raise your hand?
We don't have direct access to him. We can circle back to him.
Yep, I will move now to Audrey Tintle.
Welcome.
Hello, hello. It's Audrey and Jane here. I'm Jane, a freshman, incoming freshman, and I'm 15 years old. I'm Audrey. I'm also a freshman on MIHS, also 15. And we've lived in Mercer Island for 3 years now. And one of the perks of moving to Mercer Island was the access to tennis. And with the country club right down the street from us, we quickly found out how much fun tennis was. And before moving to tennis, we had played a lot, but we had played on David Rogers Park in Seattle. And we weren't used to being able to have such easy access to tennis. And so when we moved to Mercer Island and started joining to MICC, it was clear how much we were going to be able to play and how much of an impact it would make. And while being new to the island, we learned how to make new friends. Going to group at MICC really helped us make friends because we were all playing tennis together so often. Everyone was super welcoming and we've always had a great experience there. And as we started playing more and more, the clinic started getting more and more crowded by the month, especially in the winter. You know, with how much rain we get around here, having these outdoor courts bubbled would allow not only more hitting time for all the players, but just a comfortable environment for everyone to maximize the full hour and a half to 2 hours that they get to play every time. And another thing that the bubble would really be great for is the possibility for MICC to host a tournament specifically a juniors tournament, because for the upcoming girls high school tennis season, getting ready and playing matches is a great way to practice, especially for Audrey and I, where this would be our first season. We haven't played a season before, so playing tournaments is a good way for us to practice playing new people. And so it would not only get the girls team ready, but the boys, it would get everyone just ready to play. The possibility of hosting a tournament and just having enough space for everyone to play would be great. And finally, last but not least, the bubble would be just great for the community of Mercer Island, because of the space for the high school teams, space for the junior teams at MICC, and just the possibility of hosting a tournament and just so much more. It would strengthen the community and just be a positive force for all the citizens of Mercer Island. That is why we want to bring back the bubble.
Well, thank you, guys. All right, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker tonight is Dan Thompson, followed by Alex Zimmerman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome, we can.
Thank you. My name is Dan Thompson. I've been a member or a resident of Mercer Island since 1970. I'd like to start with echoing Commissioner Boatsman's comments. What the proponents of Amendment 16 don't tell you is whom they are doing that for. And I would ask that you inquire about that. Next, my amendments 1 through 5. I first submitted these amendments in 2020. I was co-counsel at the Gross Management Hearing Board to set up this docket. These are discrete amendments to the RDS. They were originally to be considered with review of the RDS, which was supposed to occur in 2020. In May 2023, the council directed staff to add these to the 2024 docket because they are relevant to the state mandated zoning changes. Despite enthusiastically endorsing these last year, the Planning Commission now says they don't have time to do it, despite recommending docket items that would consume 4 to 5 years of the docket. So I would ask that you do add these as you directed the city to do in May 2023. I'd like to turn to amendments 13 and 14. I think 15. These are the most important. Amendment 13 is Matt Goldbach's amendment. It requests that 1915-240 be amended to prohibit a CUP from rezoning residential properties when the CUP. If you have read Administrative Interpretation 22-004 issued by Jeff Thomas last year, the JCC's request for variances, you would know that is already the law under the code. So I think that is the most important one. Now, Exhibit 15 is the country club's proposed amendment for a temporary use ordinance. The problem is the key factors for a temporary use ordinance is the use is temporary, not 6 to 7 months a year, and the temporary use is within the regulatory limits. The only way the country club can achieve its goals is if its amendment is amended and added to the JCC's amendment to allow it to rezone to commercial office, which would give it the 36-foot height limit and the gross floor area ratio that it needs to enclose the tennis courts, which is an enormous increase in gross floor area ratio. However, the key to remember is if the council does do that, rather than making the country club come back next year with that, you are making these non-site specific. So what we are really doing is renewing the community facility zone. That is the key. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we get Mr. Gold back? Did he come back at all?
I still do not see Mr. Gold in the audience.
Can we give him a going once, going twice, and then we'll move on to our last speaker?
Darren Gold, calling one more time to see if you have joined the meeting under a name that is not yours. If you could please raise your hand in Zoom. Going once. Going twice. We will now move to our last speaker tonight is Alex Zimmerman.
Sie heil, my duty dem Nazi fascist.
Okay, time out there, Mrs. Zimmerman. Okay, time out. This speaker is violating the council rules of procedures on appearances against making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, becoming boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the council. I would ask that the staff please end this public speaker's appearance at this time. Thank you. Okay, that completes our public appearances. We're going to be moving on. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. The consent agenda contains AB 6374, November 7, 2023 payroll certification, certification of claims for November 17, 2023, City Council meeting minutes of November 21, 2023 regular hybrid meeting, AB 6381, Island Private Meadows Long Plat, Final Plat Approval, paren sub 17-005, close paren, AB 6384, 2024 fee schedule adoption, AB 6390, 2022 Community Member of the Year, proclamation number 321. Council, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Jacobson, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
And Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Consent agenda passes. Returning to the statement, this is our first item of regular business. Returning to the statement on recent anti-Semitism read by Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum during special business. Is there a motion to approve the statement for use in public communications?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it was moved by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by Councilmember Anderall. Any discussion? Okay, not seeing any. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I'll be very brief here. I first of all want to thank Mayor Neese, who helped to do a tremendous job writing a lot of this statement, as well as our staff. I think this is really important. You know, there's been a lot. I think every institution every Jewish institution on Mercer Island has had some sort of attack or vandalism in the last 2 months, of some nature and different natures, honestly. But it's been a long few months and very challenging thing for everyone. You know, it means a lot, I can say, to me as a Jewish member of the community, to know that we have the support of the council, and that we're not just going to sit back and watch this happen. That we are going to be proactive and say that this is not something that this is not what we stand for. We're not just going to sit back and watch this happen here at Mercer Island. There's just no place for that here. So I encourage everyone to vote for this, and I thank you for the courage to do so, and also your support.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Silence on a subject like this amounts to acquiescence in my belief system, and one doesn't have to look very far back in history to see what this leads to. So I'm enthusiastically waiting for my name to be called to vote for this.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
I'll be very brief. In an ideal world, such a statement as this should not be necessary, but in the reality of the world that we live in, it is necessary. And so I strongly support the statement as well.
Thank you. I will echo that. I had an opportunity to march with Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum this weekend at the march across the I-90 bridge. And I just want the council to know that, and we delivered some remarks at that event. I want the council to know how much the community appreciates the support of the council, and that we have been outspoken on this issue and very supportive of the Jewish community. So I know that goes a long way, and I'll turn it over to the city clerk to call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, can I verify that it was moved by Councilmember Weinberg and seconded by Councilmember Andral?
That was what I had, yes.
Thank you. I'll call the roll. Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker,
Aye.
Mayor Neese,
Aye.
and Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Motion passes. All right, moving on to our next item of regular business, AB 6383, the 2023-2024 Mid-Biennial Budget Amendments, for which we welcome Finance Director Matt Mornick. Welcome, Matt.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council and community, and City Manager Bond. I'm Matt Mornick, your Finance Director. I do not have a slide deck this evening, given the brevity of the item before you, which is adoption of Budget Amending Ordinance 23-20. This ordinance lays out budget adjustments that have resulted from prior City Council decisions and direction that staff received this fall during the 2023-2024 Mid-Biennial Budget Review. At the last City Council meeting on November 21st, Council provided direction to staff to repurpose capital funding that was originally budgeted for City Hall related building improvements for other purposes, including long-range facility planning, temporary facilities to support the police department, and fast-tracking the digitization of the city's public records. Council also set aside additional resources to cover increased insurance costs in 2024. You also committed opioid settlement funds to Mercer Island's Healthy Youth Initiative program and established a new municipal facility replacement fund with an initial funding allocation of the third quarter interest earnings from the general fund. The ordinance also includes budget adjustments resulting from prior council decisions. For example, the facility lease with the City of Newcastle for municipal court operations, audiovisual upgrades for hosting public meetings that we tested out for the first time tonight in the Slater Room at the Community Center, and budget adjustments resulting from the interlocal agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue and the resulting memorandum of understanding with Local 1762 for the regionalization of fire and emergency medical services. Staff's recommendation tonight is that the City Council adopt ordinance number 23-20, amending the 2023-2024 biennial budget. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions? I know we just touched on this not long ago. So if not any questions, I'll entertain a motion. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 23?
Is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 23?
2024 biennial budget?
2024 biennial budget.
Getting some horrible feedback there. Is everybody else catching that?
Yeah.
Mayor Neese, is the door closed to the Slater Room?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
It's
who
possible.
moved that? Who's the mover of that motion?
I seconded it.
Mr. Mayor, Craig, could you try muting and see if that might be what's causing?
He's on mute.
Yeah, he just muted.
Oh, okay. All right, who is the maker of the who moved the motion?
I did. I don't know if
Let's do it again. We'll just do it for the record so we're not sideways on this deal. Our audio seems to have repaired itself. Council, is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 23-20 to amend the 2023-2024 biennial budget?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, seconded by Councilmember Jacobson. Not seeing any hands in there. Council, any questions, any discussion? Not seeing any. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds. Looks like Councilmember Reynolds is frozen. I'll come back to him. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Andrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
That was feedback.
Yeah.
Mayor Neese
Aye.
and Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Motion passes. Our next item of regular business is a quasi-judicial proceeding regarding AB 6389, the 2024 Annual Docket Review Proposed Amendment 18, land use map amendment and rezone of the Stroum Jewish Community Center, SJCC property. City Council will be handling this docket proposal separately from the others, which will be reviewed and discussed later this evening. First, I will go over the order of operations for this matter. We will begin with outside legal counsel, Kim Adams Pratt from Madrona Law, asking the council members appearance of fairness questions. After each council member has responded to the questions, the applicant and the public will have an opportunity to present challenges. This is the time to bring forward information or inquiries related to whether each council member is in a position to make a fair and unbiased decision on this matter. If you would like to raise a challenge, please use the virtual raise hand option in Zoom interface that indicates you would like to speak, or raise your hand if you're here in person at the meeting tonight. The city clerk will call on each person bringing forward a challenge in turn. Those using Zoom will have your video and microphone enabled by the city clerk. Those in person will step forward to the podium and speak at the microphone. After the appearance of fairness process, we will open the topic to public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak on whether to docket the proposed amendment will have the opportunity to do so tonight. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and no extensions of time will be provided. This will allow everyone a chance to speak. A timer will be displayed on the screen and in the meeting room. And at the end of your 3 minutes, we will move to the next speaker. Those wishing to comment but not using all of their 3 minutes may not donate their time to another individual wishing to comment. Following public comments, we will hear from the proponents of the proposal. Then the city staff will present a report laying out the staff analysis and the review procedure for the proposal. Project proponents and staff will then have an opportunity to present any rebuttal if needed. At that point, the council will commence deliberations. Council, do you have any questions on this procedure? Councilmember Jacobson, you have your hand up.
Yes, I previously indicated that I would have a motion that would deal with whether or not this is quasi judicial, and I want to let everyone know I'm withdrawing that threat to make a motion, I guess is the way to put it at this stage. So that nobody's in doubt about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Jacobson. Council, are any other questions before we move forward? No. Okay, Ms. Pratt, will you please ask the appearance of fairness questions? You're on mute, Ms. Pratt.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one question and then poll each of the council members as to their response. Then I'll ask a second question, poll each council member as to their response. So the first question is, do you have any interest in the property or the application or own property within 300 feet of the property subject to this proposal? Councilmember Neese or Mayor Neese?
No, I do not.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum?
No, I do not.
Councilmember Anderall?
I do not.
Councilmember Jacobson?
I do not.
Councilmember Reynolds?
I do not.
Councilmember Weicker?
No, I do not.
Councilmember Weinberg?
No, I do not.
Second question. Does your employer have an interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome of this proceeding? Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum?
No.
Councilmember Anderall?
No.
Councilmember Jacobson?
No.
Councilmember Reynolds?
No.
Councilmember Weicker?
No.
Councilmember Weinberg?
No.
Mayor Neese?
No.
The third question, is there any prospective employment for you or a member of your family as a result of the outcome of this proceeding? Councilmember Anderall?
No.
Councilmember Jacobson?
No.
Councilmember Reynolds?
No.
Councilmember Weicker?
No.
Councilmember Weinberg?
No.
Mayor Neese?
No.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum?
No.
Next question. Do you have any familial, social, or business relationships or connections with any of the parties or non-parties who have an interest in the outcome of this proceeding? Councilmember Jacobson?
You're on mute, Jake.
Yes.
And have you made any written disclosures of that, Councilmember Jacobson?
No, I don't believe I'm required to under the circumstances.
All right.
And
And
if-
Councilmember,
Let me make one explanation so there's no misunderstanding. I've lived on this island for 34 years. I know innumerable people. I know there are people that are interested in both sides of this issue. However, I've not discussed the substance of it with any of them. I have answered questions by numerous people, particularly while campaigning, as to what the procedure was. A, what's the docket? B, how does it work? But without any reference to any particular proposal.
thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
I have social relationships with people who are members of the SJCC.
And have you disclosed that in writing on the public
have.
record?
Yes,
Okay.
I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Weicker?
Hi, I have social relationships with people who are at the J, and I used to be a member of the J to workout.
And did you do any written disclosures?
No, not yet.
Okay. And Councilmember Weinberg?
So I was a member of the Planning Commission back in 2018 and 2019 when a similar but non-quasi judicial matter was discussed regarding this property. And at that time, I held multiple 1 hour or multi-hour one-on-one conversations with several of the individuals who are now parties in both for and against the proposed amendment. While none of them are family and I do not have business relationships with any of them, I have likely had occasional and cordial social encounters with them over the past 4 to 5 years. So I've not discussed this specific matter with them.
And were those made in any written disclosure for tonight?
No, but I can provide that if requested.
No, it's okay. Just wanted to know. And Mayor Neese?
Yes.
And have you made any written disclosures of that?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And have you made any written disclosures about that?
Yes, I shared it with the clerk yesterday, I believe.
Thank you. The next question. Do you stand to gain or lose any financial benefit as a result
Excuse
of
me,
the
Ms. Pratt. You didn't ask
Oh,
me.
I'm so sorry. Councilmember Anderall.
It was one time when I was delighted to be overlooked, but
I'm so sorry.
no, I have social relationships with people on both sides of this issue. I have not discussed the merits with them, have not made any written disclosures, but if that is required, that was an oversight on my part and I will promptly do so.
It's not required and it'll come up in a question I have later too. Thank you very much. Again, sorry I missed you.
That's right.
All right, next question. Do you stand to gain or lose any financial benefit as a result of the outcome of this proceeding? And we will start with Councilmember Reynolds.
I do not.
Councilmember Weicker.
I do not.
Councilmember Weinberg.
No.
Mayor Neese.
No, I do not.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
No.
Councilmember Anderall.
I do not, no.
Councilmember Jacobson.
No.
Next question. Prior to tonight's meeting, have you disclosed in writing any appearance of conflicts under the Mercer Island Ethics Code, if you had any? Councilmember Jacobson.
No.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes.
And did you provide that to the city clerk?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weicker,
No.
Councilmember Weinberg,
No.
Mayor Neese,
Yes,
and did you provide that to the city clerk?
I did. I believe I did. It was one notice. So whatever notice I sent in is the notice that I'm referring to this evening.
Okay, that's it. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum,
Yes.
and that was provided to the city clerk?
Yes.
Great. Councilmember Anderall.
No.
Okay. Next question. Have you engaged in any ex parte communications with either proponents or opponents of the proposal? If yes, please disclose the contents of those communications. Also, if yes, are you confident that in spite of the communications, you can impartially render a decision on this matter? And I'll start with Mayor Neese.
Yes, like all of my council colleagues, I've received emails regarding the JCC proposed amendment number 18. The city council was asked to forward all these emails to City Clerk Andrea Larson for inclusion in the public records. I forwarded these emails I received to the city clerk. I did not read their substance until they were placed into the public record. I also asked city staff to sweep my inbox to identify any messages, and city staff have placed those into the record. I've had numerous process conversations on this matter, as this type of proceeding is uncommon from the city council. And what was your follow-along question?
Are you confident that in spite of the communications, you can impartially render a decision?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yes. I would say similar to Mayor Neese, I received a number of communications about this to my city inbox, which I believe all of them were sent to the council. And the follow-up question, can you repeat it? I want to make sure I give the right answer.
Are you confident that in spite of the communications, that you can impartially render a decision?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderall.
Yes, I received the same communications addressed to council. I only read enough of them to determine what the subject matter was. Once I determined that it was the SJCC issue, I did not read any further, and I am confident that I can render an impartial decision on the record in spite of all of the number of emails we received.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Like others, I've received an enormous amount of email about this. I did not forward to the city because it was, all these emails appeared to me to be, everyone was copied on. As I previously disclosed, many people have asked me, particularly during the city council campaign of this fall, about the docket and how does this work? And I've answered those questions in a factual manner without any reference to merits or one side or the other. And I'm confident that I can act impartially on this proposal.
And you're muted, Ms. Pratt.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, I also received numerous communications, which I did not need to forward since they came to the council address book as near as I can recall. I read only enough of them to determine what they were and then filed them away until later when they became part of the public record. Earlier this year, I did have one email exchange with the director of the SJCC. I believe before we were advised that there were ex parte matters to consider and perhaps before this was submitted as a possible amendment. But I don't believe any of that impacts my ability to be impartial in this matter.
Thank you. Councilmember Weicker.
Hi there. Like my colleagues, I received those emails and stopped reading when I knew what the subject matter was and didn't forward them because the ones that I looked at, I saw were going to the full council, and I believe I can be impartial in this proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
So it's been a busy couple of weeks. Oh my gosh. Once it was all in the public record, I read through the entire Planning Commission agenda bill for Amendment 18. And once it was on the public record, I watched the multi-hour recording of the video of the Planning Commission's discussion of Amendment 18. I have read through the entire City Council agenda for Amendment 18. And once they were published on Let's Talk site and therefore part of the public record, I read through every email that was sent to City Council about this particular topic. There are a lot of those. The topic has not come up in any of the conversations that I've had with the community at the grocery store, at the gym, or at the Firehouse Munch, or at one of my monthly open brunch gatherings. Although I have been toting a pencil and paper around with me in case somebody did bring it up, because I knew that I would have to record it and be able to share it with the city staff or the city attorney. So in short, I have not had any ex parte communications, and I am confident that I will be able to render an impartial decision.
Thank you. And the last question. Can you hear and consider the proposal in a fair and objective manner? Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Weicker.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Anderall.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Mayor Neese.
Yes.
And that was the last of the appearance of fairness questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pratt. All right, we're going to move on to the opportunity for challenges. Does anyone in the audience wish to challenge the participation of any council member based on appearance of fairness doctrine? If so, please raise your hand. If you're viewing the meeting on Zoom, please use the virtual raise hand feature located at the bottom of the Zoom interface. Select raise hand. The host will then see that your hand is raised and you can be invited to speak. When called upon, please state the name of your council member and the reasons why you believe they should be disqualified from this matter. Please remember, we are not taking public comment at this point in the evening, so please limit your statements to only any reason or reasons you believe a council member should be disqualified. We will hear all challenges first. Before any challenge, council member will have an opportunity to respond to such challenge. Challenges are not an opportunity to ask questions of council members, and we would ask that those making challenges succinctly state the reason or reasons supporting such a challenge. Do we have anyone indicating that they would like to challenge any of the appearance of fairness questions?
Mr. Mayor, I see no raised hands in the audience.
Okay, I move.
I see a raised hand from.
You do. From someone beyond the council? I saw it.
Councilmember Reynolds had his hand up. That was the hand.
Looks like
That was an accident. I apologize.
Worst time ever.
But there are no
They
hands.
do that. Okay.
There's still no hands from the
Out of
audience.
abundance of caution, I think we've given that one plenty of time. We're going to move now to public comment. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, fast forwarding the public comment for proposed Amendment 18 Land Use Map Amendment and Rezone of the Stroum Jewish Community Center, SJCC property is now open. We will now ask for members of the public to present comments. Remarks must be addressed to the council as a whole and not to individual council or staff members. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the city council may be requested by the mayor to leave the meeting. The city clerk has a list of speakers who have pre-registered to speak tonight and will call on you by name when it's your turn to speak. If you did not pre-register to speak and you wish to provide comments, please raise your hand either via Zoom or in person, and city staff will call on all of those who with hands raised until all who wish to comment have done so. Please speak audibly, state your name and city of residence for the record, and confine your remarks to the matter at hand. There will be a timer on the screen. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. When your time is ended, I'll thank you for your comments and move to the next speaker. City Clerk, please call the first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker tonight will be Elaine Kraft, followed by Ed Weinstein and Denise Jaffe.
Welcome, Elaine.
Hi, thanks. I'm glad to go first. My name is Elaine Kraft. My family first moved to the island in 1948, and I'm a proud graduate of Mercer Island High School class of 1969. I've seen lots of changes, including things you talked about tonight: the Dragon Park, Mercer Island Country Club. I've seen those changes, and what we're asking you today is to make a very positive change. Ask to include the SJCC rezone for consideration on next year's docket. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. What happens if the J is not allowed to be revitalized for its safety, security, and aging infrastructure? Sadly, the J may be forced to sell the property and leave the island. Leave the 3,000 island families we serve. Leave the vital social and cultural community connections it creates. Leave the jobs it provides, including hundreds of first-time jobs for island teens, and remove a safe, welcoming space that is more important now than ever. The J is a venerable, enduring island institution that serves members and visitors as a welcoming, culturally inclusive, memory-making community center we have loved for so long. Our goal is to continue that legacy on the island. We know the building is old, and many of you who visit it know it's old as well. We ask that the J be zoned to match the actual usage so we can continue enriching island lives. Put the J's rezone on the docket for 2024 as it meets all of your docketing criteria. Our request is simple, it is clean, and this will only affect the JCC, not other entities on the island. We have worked for years with our neighbors and our members to present you with a very workable solution for our future on the island. Please don't overlook the J's real legacy, 54 years of service to the community. In these very challenging days, it is time to show your commitment to working with the Jewish Community Center and to finding solutions. It is time for leadership and vision from the City Council. Please place this issue on your 2024 docket and ensure that the J continues to be a vitally important part of the fabric of island life. Please don't vote the J off the island. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight will be Ed Weinstein, followed by Denise Jaffe and Hart.
Can you hear me?
Welcome, Ed.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ed Weinstein and I live in Seattle. I have been a member of the J since 1971 and have served as its architect for over 30 years. For the past 6 years, I've been working with the J to find a path to renovate the existing facility. Our primary challenge has been the city's 2017 amendment to the single-family zoning code that limited gross floor area, rendering the existing facility non-conforming and precluding any potential expansion. Therefore, our proposed improvements can't be achieved under the existing zoning. With the city's encouragement, we participated in the failed CFC initiative. Attempts to utilize a text amendment to the single-family code or to secure a variance to the GFA limitation were not allowed by the city. Our final option to stay on Mercer Island is to apply for a rezone to match the commercial office zoning of the contiguous properties to the north. Although we have only prepared a concept design for the future facility, we have met with our neighbors and addressed their concerns. We believe that our strategies will mitigate the parking, noise, traffic, and lighting impacts associated with our proposed project. We also propose to enhance the existing landscape buffers at the site's perimeter to improve the transition to the adjacent single-family neighborhood. Regardless of our attempts to be transparent and accurate in our communication, misinformation about our concept design is rampant in the public realm, especially about the size and scope of the facility. Utilizing the city's own measurement techniques, the current facility totals approximately 112,000 square feet. The conceptual design for our proposed facility totals approximately 126,000 square feet, an increase of only 12%, totally appropriate for a 60-year-old facility repurposed for the next 60 years. Our proposed concept design complies with all the development standards of the CO zoning, but most importantly, it also complies with the development standards of the single-family zoning code, with the sole exception of the gross floor area. We recognize that the existing site is underparked. The CO zoning provides us with additional flexibility to provide sufficient parking improve on-site traffic, and enhance pedestrian safety. If our rezone is docketed, we will present a parking solution near the site entrance and screen from neighboring single-family homes that will reduce on-site queuing and backups to East Mercer Way. While our concept has been informed by many years of community engagement, it is nonetheless merely a concept. If we can achieve the proposed rezone, we will initiate the regular city process with formalized community engagement and design commission review, incorporating public comment and providing full transparency to its evolution. Thank you for your time tonight. Please include our proposed rezone on your 2024 docket.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker tonight is Denise Jaffe, followed by Hart Cole and Liz Friedman.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, thank you. So good evening, members of the City Council, fellow residents and citizens. My name is Denise Jaffe. I live on the north end of MI, right behind the Park and Ride. And I'm in front of you today as a passionate member of the community who frequents the JCC, a place that means a lot to me and countless others on our island. I visit several times a week for fitness and classes. It's not just a place for Jews, it's a welcoming space for everyone, serving the diverse needs of our community, from preschoolers to seniors. The J cares about the community and subsidizes those who can least afford the membership fees. However, the facility is old, outdated, not up to code, and no longer able to safely serve our community. Very importantly, in these challenging times with anti-Semitism on the rise, providing optimal security is compromised by the outdated infrastructure. It's so bad now that we have armed officers standing out in the rain and cold to protect the building. I've heard and read complaints, mostly on Nextdoor, from a minority of islanders who worry about the increased traffic and increase in membership, the scale of the proposed structure, the comparatively large membership numbers in contrast to other clubs, and the perceived unequal advantage granted to the JCC if rezoning is approved. Yet most of these concerns are speculation. The 400 families of the French American School will no longer create morning and afternoon traffic. The building proposal, as you just heard, is a 12% increase, which is hardly gargantuan. The height of the building may only be blocking people's view of the 90 homes, like less of an eyesore. The membership at each club on the island is calculated differently, so those concerned with numbers are comparing apples to oranges, a comparison that is meaningless. Further, there's concern about an influx of new members, but is this warranted? Where are they going to come from? Although given the mission of the J and our community, serving more members should be considered a community service. Finally, rezoning seems like it would correct the past and present land use. I urge the City Council to support the J rezone request. They cannot remodel the building. It's time for a tear down and rebuild. They're asking nothing more than the ability to serve members on MI with a modern building. Thank you for your time, and I hope you decide to put the J on the docket for our island community.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Hart Cole, followed by Liz Friedman and Adam Atkins.
Welcome, Hart.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
All right. Well, first and foremost, I really appreciate the time from the council, from Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, from Mayor Neese, and first wanted to express my appreciation with the affirmation of the statement against anti-Semitism. Now more than ever, that statement is really, really powerful in our community and directly related to the request tonight. So my name is Hart Cole. I'm a resident of Mercer Island, have been for nearly 2 years, and I'm here to speak in support of docketing AB 6389 and hope that you will consider adding this to the docket for the rezone of the Jewish Community Center. So what I won't do tonight is go back through the docketing criteria. The Planning Commission has done so, and we're asking you to simply affirm their decision. The other piece I won't go through that others will and have are the technical components of the JCC. you may hear that the square footage is expanded into the hundreds of thousands. The occupiable, as Ed noted, is only expanded 12% to 126,000 square feet. There's been immense work done, as you know, on the parking situation. Most will be placed below ground, frankly, with 3-foot blast-proof walls at the expense of the JCC in order to serve the Jewish community and beyond. We are accommodating the setbacks that you would see from the residential community in order to make sure that we are a partnerly and accommodating presence within our current footprint. And given the minimal expansion in occupiable square footage, the concept of a gargantuan new facility on the island is laughable. I'm not going to spend my time going through those things that others will go through. What I will spend my time on is requesting the docketing in order to continue to serve the community. We're not here tonight asking for a new facility or a new draw. The JCC has been on the island for 50 plus years, and within that time has been nothing but a benefit. You've heard the benefit of the jobs, you've heard the benefit of the community, you've heard the benefit of the families. My family is a new entrant to the Pacific Northwest. We started Seattle, and candidly, we came to Mercer Island largely due to the JCC. We're asking tonight to add to the docket to continue the legacy and the support of the community here on Mercer Island for my family, for my children's family, and my children's children's family. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Liz Friedman, followed by Adam Atkins and Sam Bloom.
Welcome, Liz.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liz Friedman. I'm a Mercer Island resident for over 20 years, former board chair of the JCC. And I would start with the question of, should the J be able to update its facilities so that it can continue serving members and the Mercer Island community? If yes, our experience over the last 6 years has shown us that rezoning is the only way. As an organization, the J has spent the last 6 years trying to find a way to remodel and revitalize our aging, almost 60-year-old structure. And 6 years ago, when I was the board chair, we followed the city's guidance at the time to support an effort to create a community facilities zone, otherwise known as a CFZ. This initiative, as has been mentioned, has failed or did fail. I should note the community facilities zone, contrary to what has been asserted by some, was not the J's initiative or idea. The concept came from the city planning staff at the time, who were aiming to bridge new, well-intended regulations for homeowners with the needs of over a dozen older community facilities. Some community members may have asserted that the J was the initiator of the effort and that the J is responsible or at fault for whatever expenses the city incurred in staff time and energy developing their proposal. But just for the record, the J did not ask for or require the city to undertake the effort and review. While we absolutely supported the city in trying to find a way for community facilities, including the JCC, to remodel and rebuild, this was city initiated and led. In fact, in following the city's guidance, the J invested our time and resources to do our due diligence to develop an informed, appropriate design that would comply with and ideally exceed any expectations from proposed CFZ regulations. After COVID and with the city's guidance, the J sought to work within the variance process, which had historically supported community organizations like ours in their pursuits. However, it was affirmed by the city earlier this year that the 2017 single-family code update eliminated variances for non-conforming structures, except for impervious surface. And therefore, the experts at the city have continued to assert that the JCC cannot effectively address its needs to update our facilities in the current regulatory environment. Which brings me back to my starting question. Should the J be able to update, remodel, and revitalize its facilities so that it can continue serving members and the Mercer Island community? I certainly hope the answer is yes. I'm far from alone. And fortunately, we don't have to determine regulations tonight. Rather, simply look at the J's rezone request and whether it meets docketing criteria. The answer to that is yes. Therefore, I request that the Mercer Island City Council docket this item in 2024 so that the rezone option to align the zoning with 55 years of use can be discussed. Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Adam Atkins, followed by Sam Bloom and John Newman.
Welcome, Adam.
Good evening. My name is Adam Atkins, and my family just moved here into our newly built home here on Mercer Island. I'm speaking in favor of docketing the JCC comprehensive plan and rezone proposal. I have been closely following this issue, attended meetings with the local community, and listened to the JCC Planning Committee address all of the outstanding questions from the various stakeholders. We have the community support, so we hope you'll listen to us, City Council members. The SJCC is the epicenter of the Seattle Metro Jewish community. We're very fortunate that J is centrally located geographically, accessible, and in the most friendly community in Puget Sound. I have two kids who have both attended the J's early childhood school and created very close relationships and friendships in a safe environment for Jewish kids, a space that's more important now than ever before. This rezone would allow for building updates that would dramatically improve safety and security for members, guests, and kids who deal with issues like parking lot traffic congestion and blind spots every day. The antiquated heating and cooling systems have led to health concerns and caused delays to our kids' daily schedule. We are very happy with the education the ECS provides, and a common sense rezone would allow for the JCC to build updated facilities that enhance learning and play opportunities. The health club and the common areas are in dire need of updates. I'm a small business owner myself and would happily bring clients and friends to Mercer Island if the JCC facilities were modernized. An accessible, environmentally friendly, and aesthetically pleasing JCC would benefit the local economy and create new opportunities for members and Mercer Island residents alike. Council members, there would be devastating impacts to the JCC members, employees, local community, and broader Jewish community without a rezone. In all honesty, without the rezone, the JCC would likely be forced to relocate off Mercer Island and fracture decades-old personal, professional, and civic relationships. At a time where a strong Jewish community and support from our friends is essential, I urge you to add the rezone to the docket. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Sam Bloom, followed by John Newman and Paul Burstein.
Welcome, Sam.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the time. We greatly appreciate the consideration and the support. My name is Sam Blum. I'm an island resident at 5050 90th Avenue Southeast. I'm fully in favor of docketing the JCC comprehensive plan and rezone proposal in 2024. I will attempt to synthesize the sentiment from what I believe is the majority of the community. And as you've heard from many folks tonight, there are many appeals that are credible, logical, emotional, and all of these tie back to the 2,400-year-old framework that's known as Aristotle's rhetoric. And why would I reference such an old framework? Well, sometimes we have to go back in order to go forward. Ethos, the appeal to credibility. My family is part of a 4-generation Mercer Island Jewish family. My great-grandparents who perished in the Holocaust have their name on the building at the JCC that I pass by almost every day. Their names are directly behind the playground where my children play as part of the early childhood school at the JCC. This is an intensely personal and emotional building for myself and so many community members. Logos, the logical appeal. It is without a doubt, this building is beyond its useful life and is unsafe by many measures. If something were to happen to a senior or to a child, it would be catastrophic and the culpability would be broad. Please do not let this happen. please consider this logical appeal. Pathos, the emotional appeal. As you know, the Jewish community is reeling from an incredibly difficult time right now. Some of the feelings that have been shared include feelings of isolation, despair, hopelessness. It is rare in a public servant's career that they have the opportunity to really make a positive impact. Please do not miss the opportunity to uplift, inspire, and give hope. And there is a fourth form of rhetoric from Aristotle's rhetoric that I want to point out as well that few people know about, and that is known as kairos, the appeal to timeliness. And that is likely the most important thing to consider of all. So kairos, the appeal to timeliness. Please do not miss this opportunity. Thank you for the time, and thank you for your consideration of docketing the JCC rezone in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Our next speaker tonight is John Newman, followed by Paul Burstein and Doug Eisner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can.
I think you can hear me, but you can't see me.
All right, well, we'll start your time now. Keep track of it.
I will, here we go. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you so much. My name is John Newman, 1997 North Mercer Way, just around the corner from the Stroum Jewish Community Center. I'm a member and I go there once a week for training plus additional cultural events. I am here to ask the council to approve the SJCC's rezone request. It has been 6 years that the J has been trying to revitalize its property. It's buildings dating back from the 70s, and it really is long since time for a major rebuild. The current zoning simply doesn't reflect how this land has been used, at any time during most of our lifetimes. And simply rezoning the land is the cleanest approach. It's something that only impacts the J and doesn't have any issues anywhere else on the island. It would, of course, enable the council to work closely with the J in what's needed, in what's going to happen there. This is only the beginning of the process, and no doubt there will be a lot of collaborative work moving forward. It's really time to rebuild it. The current facility isn't as safe as it should be, isn't as ADA accessible as it could be, and of course, right now, when all Jewish institutions have to be thinking a lot about security, that's simply going to be one of the features in this that's going to have to be covered. Something that's very timely right now. So there is really a strong need to get this thing done. Please do the right thing and approve the rezone request. It shouldn't be complicated. Any city like ours really ought to be delighted to have a facility like this within our borders. Thanks again to the mayor, the deputy mayor, all of the officials of the city, and all of the council members of the city for all the good work you do on our behalf. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
Our next speaker tonight is Paul Burstein, followed by Douglas Eisner and Paul Manner.
Okay, can you hear me? I can't see myself.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Paul Burstein. I moved to Mercer Island from Tennessee with my wife and 3 children early in 1986, and we've lived here ever since. That same year, we joined the Stroum JCC, where my children went to preschool, after-school programs, and summer camp. The kids are grown up, but my wife and I are still regulars at the J, at the fitness center, and for cultural events and holiday celebrations. For almost 40 years, we have enjoyed life on Mercer Island and our time at the J. Both have had profound influence on our lives. The JCC came to the island in 1969. Both Mercer Island generally and the JCC in particular have changed tremendously since then. With regard to Mercer Island generally, the schools have been upgraded and a new elementary school built. The Mercer Island Community Center was built and then rebuilt and expanded. The library has doubled in size. The business district has been transformed, and we have lots more really big houses. The Stroum JCC has changed tremendously as well. It doubled in size, expanded its early childhood school, and built a new auditorium and fitness center. It provides programs for every age, preschool, after-school programs, and summer camp, programs for young families, first jobs for teenagers, and fitness classes for seniors. And while some of what it provides is of special interest to Jews, everything is available to the entire community. Can the J keep developing the way it wants to, and as Mercer Island has? No. Its property is zoned residential. It's not practical for the J to even update its aging building, much less expand it in ways that would enable it to meet the community's needs in the 2020s, 2030s, and beyond. The J has a wonderful vision for its future and its future contributions to the community, but its current zoning makes it impossible to realize the vision. The JCC has been making tremendous efforts to seek input from the community as it tries to move forward. Every element of its proposed plan manifests its commitment not only to its members, but to its neighbors, to Mercer Island, and to the Seattle area as a whole. If you follow the recommendation of the Island Planning Commission to put the proposed rezone on the 2024 docket, you'd begin to make it possible for the Stroum JCC to contribute more fully to the life of Mercer Island for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Douglas Eisner, followed by Paul Manner and John Hall.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. I'm Doug Eisner. I'm here in support of the JCC's request this evening. I think it's a simple matter. It's a docketing matter, so I don't want to make it overly complicated. The Planning Commission has already determined that the 4 criteria were met, and we're simply just asking the council to affirm that finding. Contrary to what you might hear in opposition, I think the actual development proposal will actually, on all the key components, either be the same or improved from the current conditions, whether it's size, traffic, setbacks, safety, energy efficiency, all of the above. So I think on every level, the redevelopment would have merit. My children both attended the nursery school at the JCC. They've attended summer camp at the JCC, and I'm on the volunteer building committee for the SJCC. As a result, I'm proud to say that we can trace a majority of our friendships as a family and as a couple, me and my wife, both for our children and for us as a family, to the relationships we built at the JCC. So I'd like to add 2 things for food for thought this evening. The first is the current building is approaching the end of its useful life. I'm convinced of that. This is not a glamour project. This is not a facelift. This is a necessary rebuilding to a building that is failing. Our kids had to either skip or attend school late multiple times because there was no hot water, there was no heat, the roofs are failing, the windows were failing. And having been on the building committee, I can assure you that the maintenance budget is quickly eating up the operating budget, so much so in fact that if it's not rebuilt in the next few years, the building will be unusable. It is my personal belief that if this building is not rebuilt, the only alternative is to relocate the facility elsewhere. The second thing I would say is that this is not just a building. This is not a gym. This is not a school. The Stroum Jewish Community Center is truly the center of the Jewish community. I repeat, it's the center of the Jewish community, the people that make up the Jewish community, the connections it creates, the safety and support. A vote against this proposal is a vote against They're not just rebuilding a gym. It's a vote to relocate the Jews, all the Jews in the Puget Sound, away from Mercer Island. I would ask, is that what the council wants? Is that the message the council wants to send after the events of November 21st at Herzl, after the anti-Semitic intimidation of Representative Adam Smith, the graffiti on the 5 freeway, other packages sent to other synagogues? I don't think so. I would hope and expect that the council wants to stand up to hate and show support for the Jewish community after 50 years of contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Paul Manner, followed by John Hall and Harriet Mendels.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I'm asking, as you may guess, that the Mercer Island City Council places the JCC's request to rezone their large residential land parcels to commercial office on the docket, and do so this year. I moved to Mercer Island in 2006, and since then, my family and I have enjoyed the closeness and the availability of the JCC. It's a great community asset for any and all, but the building's old, it's not ADA compliant, and it's past its useful life. And I'd also say that it's vulnerable from a security viewpoint. It's wide open with multiple glass doors at multiple entry points, and it's immediately adjacent to the highway. If the council concurs, rezoning to commercial office would permit an appropriate remodel while honoring the neighborhood's integrity and the interests of those who live nearby. With respect to the latter, I do understand their concerns. However, even in the 17 years I've been here, I've seen a dramatic change to the downtown where I live, with needed high-density housing and the construction of light rail. This hasn't changed or diminished the character of our city, and the point is that we can't or shouldn't freeze ourselves in time. I'd also add that if the JCC leaves, and I hope it does not, it will need to sell the property in question. The most likely outcome would be a sale to a developer. Said developer would have limited options because of the cost of the property. Either a large new construction project of high-value family homes, or a high-density project similar to what we've seen in the downtown. And although I think those are both worthy, I suspect most of the JCC's neighbors would not want either of those options. I believe that the time to support the future of the Stroum Jewish Community Center on Mercer Island is now, and I thank you for that support.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Hall, followed by Harriet Mendels and Lisa Fain.
Welcome, John.
Hello? Can you hear me?
You sure can.
Okay. This is about zoning. I'm John Hall, a neighbor of the JCC. I've lived in the Mercerwood neighborhood since 1958. The JCC has been attempting to obtain preferential regulatory limits since at least 1971. The huge increase in its intensity of use from 1,000 family members to over 6,000 on its property, plus staff and students of 1,390 in addition over the various years, is very harmful to the neighborhood. The JCC has known that if it wants to expand, it needs to expand to the north into the commercial zone area since 1985. That's 38 years ago. And away from the residential neighborhoods. Instead of expanding into the one parcel they did buy, they leased it out to the French school for $650,000 per year. All the JCC attempts were to obtain preferential treatment. The JCC has ignored all the regulations and commitments made to our neighborhood over the last 54 years and are completely out of compliance. with the same complaints. This is all of public record. I was a member of the neighborhood that appealed the community facility zone. Neighbors had to spend $40,000 in attorney's fees, and they had to list the CFC on Form 17 disclosure from during this time if they sold their home. Putting this on the docket is another form of abuse for our neighborhood, and there's been plenty of abuse. This will likely take years to determine, and this is another illegal spot zone. The CFC attempt caused 6 neighbors to leave our neighborhood. We should not have to continually fight for serenity and tranquility of our homes. This charade that started in August is just another attempt to take advantage of our neighborhood. It has which involved the mayor, part of the planning commission, part of the council. Is this another repeat? If this passes, it will set a precedent for the whole island. Zoning laws are for a reason, not for special interest manipulation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know what happened to my picture there.
Well, we had it for a while.
Our next speaker tonight is Harriet Mendels, followed by Lisa Fain and Anastasia Mironova.
City Clerk.
Hello, something funny has happened to my screen.
Is that Harriet?
I'm still up there. What?
Is that John?
I'm not sure what's going on. I was trying to.
I think we left John on and we need to promote Harriet.
Yep, give me 1 second. I'm working in the background. Harriet, our IT person is trying to promote you. Please don't deny the being promoted. That's what will allow you to speak. Harriet, we can't, if you decline the promotion to panelist, that's how we allow you to speak. Please accept it. Here she's coming, Mr. Mayor.
You want to read the secession list after this so people are organized?
Yes, after this one will be Lisa Fain, Anastasia Mironova, and Pavel Sturba.
Okay. Welcome, Harriet.
All right, I see me now. Not that I'm that beautiful, that's not the point. All right, can you all see me now?
Yeah, your time has started. Thank you.
My name is Harriet Mendels. I've lived in Mercer Island for about 20 years. And I was asked to talk about the docket. And I'm also a child Holocaust survivor. So several times in the past 20 years when I lived in Mercer Island, I was asked to make speeches about my life, what happened when I was a child. And also one time a film studio came out to do an interview with me about my experiences in the show. Each time that I knew that something was going to be happening as far as publicizing what my background was, I went to the JCC and asked if they would be willing to allow us to use their facilities. Each time, unequivocally and immediately, they said, yes, come do it. We'll let you use our facilities. So I owe the J a lot. It's been wonderful to me. And the response that I received, the gentleness and the understanding of what happened, without any restrictions, without any intercession whatsoever. Do what you want. It's fine. We'll take care of it. And they did. So I'm very grateful to the JCC. Think that it even would be leaving in any time in the future is absolutely unheard of for me. I can't even understand it. My children, my daughter and her family live on Mercer Island. Their babies were born on Mercer Island, and now the great grandbabies have been born on Mercer Island. So without the intercession of the JCC, my participation in necessary work and remembrances of the Holocaust and the learning lessons would not have been possible at all. And I appreciate everything they did. But the building desperately needs renovation, expansion, upgrading, and remodeling so that the JCC can fully participate in meeting the needs of the community with all its diversity. I'm here to ask the council to include the review of the SJCC rezone request on the 2024 docket. For over 6 years, the J tried to find a way to move forward. I'm in negative discussion now. All right. The simpler option. Let me illustrate how badly there are changes that are needed. Not very long ago, I was going to an event at the JCC. I have a handicap placard. There was no place for me to park with or without the placard. I went home disappointed. And that's one of the reasons that I'm here as well.
Thank you, Harriet. Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Lisa Fain, followed by Anastasia Miranova and Pavel Sturba.
Welcome, Lisa.
Hello and good evening. My name is Lisa Fain. I live on 4895 Forest Avenue. And my family and I, and my daughters and my husband, we moved to Mercer Island 9 years ago. One of the reasons we moved to Mercer Island was because of the JCC, because we knew when the JCC was located here, it would be a place that was welcoming for our community. We knew that it would have a place that had an inclusive daycare facility, inclusive camps, very welcoming environment. I'm here today, like so many other community members, to ask the council to add the SJCC's rezone request to the docket. Unlike other options, this action would only impact the J. It would have no impact on our friends that operate other community facilities on the island. And further, this action would then allow for a very public, collaborative, inclusive, and communal process of consideration before any remodel or revitalization decisions are made. As you heard already this evening, the board has spent a lot of time and resources considering how to ensure that it can continue to serve the Mercer Island community for another 50 years. Enabling the J to undertake this critical revitalization project will allow them to realize a revised facility that will meet and exceed the new zoning standards while also protecting and supporting the concerns we've heard from neighbors and members about traffic flow, light and noise impact, buffering, ADA accessibility, and updated critical infrastructure. As you've heard, the need to revitalize the facility is urgent, and serving members and the community with critical services is the J's #1 priority. I invite you to consider the message you're sending about who we are as a community if you are unwilling to approve this request. The message you will send by forcing the J to move off the island is that Mercer Island doesn't value the inclusion that we stated that we value even just this evening. The message would be that Mercer Island cares more about maintaining historic building restrictions than about having a community center for the Jewish and greater community. Do we want to be seen as a place that forced an inclusive community institution off the island because the council prevented it from making necessary safety and updating? I don't think so. I hope and expect not. Let's help the J by rectifying the zoning regulations that have hindered its ability to continue to serve the Mercer Island community. Please docket the J's rezone request, and thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Anastasia Miranova, followed by Pavel Sturba and Moses Magwani.
Welcome. You're on mute.
Hello, Mayor Nice. Hello, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today on the matter of JCC expansion. I would like to preface my comment by saying that JCC is, in fact, a valuable institution in the community, and we do appreciate it. It's really great. However, I have a lot of concerns being an immediate neighbor to the JCC about the rezoning happening directly next to my property line, and all of the expansion that necessitates rezoning. I don't see why JCC needs to select this specific path with the rezoning rather than using its existing land. I have concerns. I have not seen any material that that speaks about the traffic concerns, the noise concern. It's the amount of new members and all of that is going to be like, I'm not convinced that the area is able to support the expansion that is being proposed here. And of course, I'm very concerned about the property values that we will see degrade for our neighborhood. I know that myself and my neighbors, we are very, very concerned about this issue, and we are opposed to the JCC expansion in the way that it is proposed with the rezoning. However, we support the JCC expansion without rezoning within its existing footprint. Thank you so much for my comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Pavel Sturba, followed by Moses Magwani and Doug Rosen.
Welcome.
Hey guys, can you see me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey guys, I live on 40th Street right behind ECC. I don't own rezoning, right? I spoke to a lot of neighbors and none of them wants it, right? And the reason why is because we believe it can be expanded north. And you just want to do it our way because it's cheaper for them, right? And we just don't want it on our street. Move it towards north. There's area, there's space. French American school guys, move it that way. It can be done. We love GCC, but nobody I spoke to on our street wants this guy. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Moses Magwani. Moses, if you're in the meeting under a different name, please raise your hand. Don't see Moses, so we'll come back to him. We will move to Doug Rosen.
Welcome, Doug.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in favor of the commercial zoning application for the JCC getting on the docket for consideration. I've been a supporter of the JCC for over 50 years as a basketball player, as a parent of preschool children, as a grandparent with the kids in camp, as a long-term board member and board chair, and as a philanthropist for one of the great quality institutions on Mercer Island that services the entire community. My comments are informed by my day job as a commercial real estate professional. The JCC has struggled to define a path to remodel a facility that is over 50 years old and does not conform to modern standards of construction or handicapped access. It has been stymied to date by the legacy zoning, which was a conditional use in a residential zone. Since it was built, the residential zoning has been tightened to the point that it is no longer practical as a path to redevelopment. The CO zone will allow the JCC to redevelop in the center of the property and increase the buffer between the facility and the neighbors. Because it is already adjacent to existing CO zone property, the zoning request is a natural extension of an existing condition. It will allow the JCC to finally address traffic impacts. The alternative to this rezone is bleak. It leaves the JCC with no viable options to upgrade the facility. The concerns of the neighbors over property values is contrary to the facts on the ground. The current JCC has not reduced the property values, and a better configured JCC under new CO zoning would continue to improve those values, as they would be next to a modern gym, pool, and community facility with better parking and traffic control. The comp plan encourages facilities like the JCC. It is up to the city to provide zoning that will allow these facilities to continue. Please put the zoning application on the docket for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Alex Gamoran, followed by Amy Lavin and Aaron Goldfeder.
Are we not doing Jay Bihar?
Mr. Bihar sent me an email. He was no longer able to join.
Okay. Welcome, Alex.
All right. Am I on the clock?
You are.
All right. Members of the Mercer Island City Council. My name is Alex Cameron, and for over 20 years, Mercer Island has been my home. I have grown up and lived at 8100 Evergreen Lane off West Mercer, witnessing the evolution of our community. Today, I am before you, not just as a resident, but as an advocate passionately supporting the inclusion of the JCC rezone request of the 2024 docket. While I'm not an expert in urban planning, traffic, or environmental impact, my personal journey with the JCC provides a unique perspective on its significance in our community. This is not just about an infrastructure. It's about the heart of the greater Seattle Jewish community. As a young child at the JCC, I discovered a world of learning and friendship. Across from my classroom was my future wife, Andrea. And in my classroom, I met Phil and Akiva, who stood next to me when I married Andrea. I also understand the JCC is more than a preschool. It's where I met my Jewish heritage, engaged in sports, and built the foundation of my character. However, the current state of the JCC paints a different picture. Its aging facilities no longer meet the needs of our community. Children are faced with outdated amenities, and the center's deteriorating exterior is turning away potential new members. The vibrant hub that once stood proudly now urgently needs rejuvenation. Our efforts to secure rezoning for the JCC has been a reoccurring theme year after year. Each denial has not just been a bureaucratic setback, but a blow to the spirit of our community. We are not oblivious to the concerns of our neighbors regarding potential noise and traffic disruptions. However, the JCC's legacy and its role in our community far outweighs these temporary inconveniences and will be here far beyond any of these residences will be here. The Jewish community in Seattle lands around about 80,000 people. We have one Jewish community center, and it is deteriorating right in front of us. We are simply asking to be able to meet a minimum standard of operation that can serve Islanders and the Jewish community. Your decision on the JCC rezone carries tremendous weight. It's a choice that will dictate the future of where this community center lives for generations. We respectfully ask you to consider not just the immediate implications, but the long-term impact of your decision on the lives and experiences of those who call JCC home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Amy Lavin, followed by Aaron Goldfeder and Dan Thompson.
Welcome, Amy.
Hi, everybody. I want to introduce myself. I'm Amy Lavin, and I want to thank everyone here tonight for your support. Being open and welcoming is a fundamental value of the J and something we take great pride in. We all could benefit from more connection, compassion, and community. And your words tonight demonstrate your shared solidarity in that value. And I just want to say thank you. As many of you know, I am the CEO of the Stroum Jewish community and a longtime resident of MI. I went to preschool at the J and share many of the lifelong connections that you've already heard about tonight. Tonight is about getting this issue on the City Council docket for 2024. Detailed conversations about the project will be managed through a very public process required by the law. The perception is that there are two sides. The perception that there are two sides of this issue is confounding. We are here to support the better interests of our collective community, and we seek to find a path forward that creates space for that discussion. That's one of the reasons we invited all of our neighbors within a 1,000-foot radius to the J in September to attend an open house to discuss this very issue. We always welcome dialogue on this and truly anything else. If we get on the 2024 docket, this project won't require extensive work next year for the city staff or the council. The majority of the staff work would follow the zone change and require months of preparation. We also want to note that we ensure that we meet all the docketing criteria. We have filed in a timely manner. This rezone request is appropriately addressed through the code. The proposal review will not require significant resources given it's not asking to change requirements within existing zone designations. There's no existing work program that addresses this matter. And most importantly, and as cited before, this proposal serves the public interest as envisioned and stated in the comp plan, that civic, recreation, education, and religious organizations are important and integral elements of the community character and fabric. Their contribution and importance to the established community character should be reflected and respected in the land use and permit process. I want to reiterate some other key points as we seek to be docketed in 2024. In late 2020 or early 21, we received an email from the city confirming that we are absolutely in compliance with all requirements of our current zone, CUP, etc. We've tried for years to figure out how we might remodel compliantly within the code. The residential code makes it impossible for an entity like us to preserve our current square footage and remodel. The code is written for houses, not community organizations. This rezone feels like the only tool left, and is the only tool left available for the J to realize its future on the island. If rezoned, we will comply with all required permitting processes for a new building, including SEPA and design review, which require extensive public comment and review. We are only seeking a rezone to rebuild on our property. That's our hope and goal, and we implore the council to put it on the 2024 docket. Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Aaron Goldfeder, followed by Dan Thompson and Abe Wilner Martin.
Welcome.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Good evening, members of the council and fellow residents. First of all, thank you for your service to our community, and thank you for your statement on anti-Semitism. We as Jews are lucky to have a city council that stands against anti-Semitism and supports the Jewish community, and I'm saddened that it's even a topic in today's world. My name is Aaron Goldfeder, and I reside at 2748 70th Avenue Southeast on Mercer Island with my wife and 2 kids. I've lived in the Seattle area for 24 years, 6.5 of those on Mercer Island. As a volunteer on the board of the J, and as a parent whose children have benefited immensely from its preschool program, I stand before you to advocate that it's the J's agenda item is included in the docket. The J is more than just a hub for the Jewish community, as you know. It's a cornerstone of Mercer Island's social fabric. The friendships and connections that we've made here and fostered here extend through our entire community, embodying the very essence of what makes Mercer Island special, a place where neighbors truly care for one another. Denying the J the opportunity to modernize and continue its mission would be a direct blow to the spirit of this community, not just for Jews, but for non-Jews, for all of us. And I struggle personally to comprehend the rationale behind those opposing the update of the JCC. I feel for the direct neighbors, but I think there's just some misinformation. My understanding is that the prevailing ideas are to build towards the north with barely a shift in the current footprint. I'm not a developer, but that's my understanding. And my understanding is also that this is just not practical with the current zoning. The choice seems pretty simple at the end of the day. Support a modest updated facility that serves as a community cornerstone, or risk having the J leave and this land turn into something far less community oriented. Who knows what could end up there? It seems some people would prefer to live near a rundown structure than a modern structure, or some would prefer to roll the dice on what could be built there. Maybe some people just fear change. The fear of progress should not overshadow the greater good. At any rate, it strikes me that the decision we should make should be to foster a stronger community, not just rip the heart out of the Jewish community in Mercer Island, especially at a time when anti-Semitism is on the rise. I am here to urge the council to include the rezone request in the 2024 docket. The proposed zoning change would solely impact the J with no adverse effects on other community facilities in the island, and it would initiate a public and collaborative process, ensuring that any renovation plan is both inclusive and community driven. The idea of a megastructure showing up is a misconception and kind of ridiculous, and same that the idea that this opens the floodgate for other developments is also silly. These are points made designed to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and I know the city council can see through. Thank you for considering my remarks, and I appreciate your attention to this matter, and I hope we can all make the right decision together. And again, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Dan Thompson, followed by Abe Wilner Martin and Scott Orad.
Welcome, Dan.
Thank you. I'm Dan Thompson. I've been a resident of Mercer Island since 1970. Einstein once said that repeating the same thing and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. In 2018, Evan Maxim told the council not to worry about the fact the community facility zone did not contain any of the concurrent development regulations. 3 years later, after the city had spent $250,000, I was in the council's chamber when the CFC was repealed. Mayor Bertland had been defeated to her free trip to Israel. Prop 1 had failed by 58.5%, and every staff member and leadership was gone, except, ironically, Evan Maxim, who had also rezoned the South End shopping center. I am not sure what the JCC is being denied. The Beach Club, Country Club, and Mercer Wood Shore Club have all performed major remodels without upzones or special preferential regulatory limits. This is the fourth attempt by the JCCs, including the CFZ, to obtain these preferential regulatory limits or a CFZ. The issues are, number one, is this a legal site-specific rezone? I put your attention on Amendment 13 and Administrative Interpretation 22-004. I have sued the city 4 times, including to set up this docket, and have won all of those appeals, including the CFZ. It is illegal if it is a site-specific rezone. I am telling you that. The neighbors have a great lawyer. I worked with him throughout the CFZ. He's going to win. Secondly is the Country Club's Amendment 15. It's a crazy amendment. I mean, a temporary use amendment isn't 6 or 7 months, and it can't exceed the regulatory limits. Either tonight or next year, they're going to ask for the same treatment, to upzone to a CO, which would allow them to cover the Country Club. If this council wants to reinstate the CFZ with commercial office regulatory limits, which was the design when it was remanded from the Growth Management Hearing Board, go ahead and do so. I'm going to tell you something. There is no chance the JCC will ever raise $100 million to complete this development. In 10 years, they haven't raised anything. I support the JCC. My kids went to preschool there. But I'm telling you, if you add this to the docket, you are going to doom any bond for a new city hall. That's what Einstein would tell you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Abe Wilner Martin, followed by Scott Orad, and we will come back to Moses Magwani. If you're in the meeting, Moses, please raise your hand.
Hello. I am going to make the very restrained choice to not respond to the comments made immediately before me, despite it being something that I feel very passionate about, because I think I have something more important to say regarding this matter. My family is one of the oldest Jewish families still remaining in the Seattle area. We arrived in the Pacific Northwest in 1858 and in Seattle in about 1900. I recently got the opportunity to go on a guided tour of the area of Seattle in which the historic Jewish quarter was located, and it's gone now. All of it. There is precisely 2 buildings remaining, both of them occupied by churches. The tenement house in which my great-great-grandmother would have stayed when she arrived in the area has long since been torn down in favor of suburban development. My grandparents were founding members at Herzl. They were some of the first people to become involved at the JCC in 1970. My mother was bat mitzvahed. She was the first person to be bat mitzvahed at the new building of Herzl. And I have been going to the J since I was born. I'm probably the youngest person here tonight at only really 24 years old. And the idea that this rezoning is so controversial that it could scrub away one of the remaining pieces of Jewish legacy from the face of the Seattle area is despicable. It is honestly revolting to my core, the idea that something as petty and fundamentally like unimpressive as a zoning disagreement might be the reason that this place that has served as the location of so many of my foundational moments as a human being will be lost and left to rot. I work at the J, as you might be able to tell from my shirt, as a lifeguard, and the idea that the J has received any special privileges is nonsensical to the point of hilarity. The J is dying. You have a chance to either save it or let it die. Those are your only 2 options here. Choose well.
Our next speaker tonight is Scott Porad, followed by Moses Magwani if Moses is in the meeting.
Welcome, Scott.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Scott Porad. I live over here on First Hill on Mercer Island. Our family came here to Mercer Island in the 1950s, and I'm rising here in support of adding this to the docket. I think great communities are made from great institutions, and the JCC, along with other institutions we've heard about, the country club, and so on and so forth, we're all part of this community. And we would be, it would lack common sense. We'd be foolish to let it leave the island. And so that's why I'm in support of adding it to the docket for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Mr. Mayor, I still do not see Moses in the audience, and I don't see any more raised hands. We have made it through all of the public comments.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I now close the public comment period. Council, we will now move into the presentation and rebuttals from the proposal proponents and city staff. I will ask you to hold your questions or comments until the conclusion of rebuttals, and then we will move on to council discussion where you can ask your questions. We will now ask the project applicant to speak on the proposal. They will have 3 minutes to speak. Welcome, Jesse.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I sure can.
Perfect. I will start. Hello, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. My name is Jessie Clausen. I'm the land use attorney for the J, a Mercer Island resident, and a JCC preschool mom. Thanks for considering our request tonight. The Planning Commission made a well-reasoned recommendation to you, and we hope you adopt their recommendation. The proposal meets all 5 docketing criteria, and it is these criteria that you must focus on tonight. I want to elaborate on criteria 2 and 4. Criterion 2 states that the city can provide the resources necessary to review the proposal, or resources can be provided by an applicant for an amendment. A rezone requires technical studies such as traffic reports. During the rezone process, the applicant provides these reports and is charged substantial permit fees for the city's review time. Therefore, the city will not foot additional expense for its review of this rezone proposal. Instead, these are resources that will be provided by the applicant for our amendment. We know that it's a busy planning year next year, but we think that the community has spoken that an important institution like the J is worth investing some city planning time into. Next, criterion 4, that the proposal can serve the public interest by implementing specifically identified goals of the comp plan or a new approach supporting the city's vision. You've heard the deep public support in docketing this request to retain the J on Mercer Island. This is consistent with the city's vision statement, which states, civic, recreation, education, and religious organizations are important and integral elements of the community character and fabric. Their contribution and importance to the established community character should be reflected and respected in land use processes. The rezone is also consistent with Goal 17.4 of the comp plan. The proposal meets criterion 4. It implements the city's vision and goals. The council is aware of the several paths the JCC has pursued over the last six years to try to rebuild a failing 1960s building. Due to the city's 2017 code amendments, it is not possible to rebuild the J in the current zone. We have studied every which way about how to rebuild it, and I can assure you and the neighbors that the only way is to rezone. We would not be asking the city council for this if we didn't really need it. This is the last option we are aware of to be able to stay on Mercer Island. Given the JCC's importance to the community, we are hopeful that you take the Planning Commission's recommendation, apply the docketing criteria, and docket us for study next year so that the Stroum Jewish Community Center can stay on Mercer Island. I will stay available for questions if you need me.
Thank you. We will now ask city staff to please present their staff report on the proposal. We'll welcome CPD Director Jeff Thomas and Deputy CPD Director Allison Van Gorp.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. For the record, Jeff Thomas with CPD. Our Deputy Director in CPD, Allison Van Gorp, is here. She's going to make a very brief presentation to the Council on the matter at hand. Allison, please take it away.
Thank you. All right, one moment. I'm sharing my screen. Okay, I do just have a very brief presentation. We've already heard from the opponent about their role. And just to give you the overview of what we're here to do, it's the annual opportunity for the public to propose comprehensive plan and development code amendments. The docket request from the SJCC was received timely by the October deadline. The request is to amend the comprehensive plan land use map and the zoning map to redesignate the SJCC's residential property to commercial office. Tonight, the City Council will review the Planning Commission's recommendation on this matter and determine whether to place the proposal on the 2024 docket. This decision should be based solely on the information in the public record and on the criteria in the city code, which I'll review in a moment. So the city code sets out 5 criteria that must be met to docket the proposal. The first is whether the proposed amendment presents a matter that's appropriately addressed through the comprehensive plan or the code. The second criterion is whether the city can provide resources, including staff and budget necessary to review the proposal, or resources can be provided by an applicant for an amendment. Number 3, the proposal does not raise policy or land use issues that are more appropriately addressed by an ongoing work program item approved by the City Council. 4, the proposal will serve the public interest by implementing specifically identified goals of the comprehensive plan or a new approach supporting the city's vision. And the essential elements of the proposal and proposed outcome have not been considered by the City Council in the last 3 years. And this time limit may be waived by the City Council if the proponent establishes that there exists a change in circumstances that justifies the need for the amendment. So just a bit more about criterion 2 relating to resources and staff capacity. There are 2 large items already on the CPD work plan for the coming year. The first is the comprehensive plan periodic update. As you know, we're about midway through the process of updating the comprehensive plan, and substantial work remains for 2024, including reviewing a new park zone and a major update to the housing element. We also have planned significant public engagement and the full legislative review of the draft comprehensive plan amendment. The state deadline for completion for this is December 31st, 2024. The council may recall that when the scope of work was approved a little over 18 months ago, we were working towards a deadline of June 2024. The legislature has since pushed that deadline back by 6 months. So while we're still working towards the June deadline, we do have an extra cushion of time now available that we may need to take advantage of. The second item remaining on the work plan is a set of legislatively mandated updates to our residential codes. HB 1110 and HB 1337 require some substantial code amendments related to middle housing and ADUs. And the city is also looking to undertake additional amendments as part of this review related to the previously planned residential development standards code update. So we're looking to wrap that all together and consider them together. The state deadline for those legislative mandates is June 30th, 2025. So this work will be falling right on the heels of the comprehensive plan update. I also just wanted to note that items added to the docket will remain on the docket until a decision is made. So if they're not reviewed in 2024, they would carry forward to a future year. Finally, the Planning Commission recommendation, the Planning Commission found that all of the 5 docketing criteria were met, and they recommend docketing the proposal. And that's the conclusion of my presentation. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. The project proponent is now provided a brief opportunity to present rebuttal. Again, you'll have 3 minutes, and we'll turn it over to you, Ms. Clausen.
Great. I don't have much to rebut other than I'd like to turn the council's attention to the last bullet, I think in the 3 bullet part that Allison just presented related to what happens if something gets docketed, but the council is unable to get to something in a year. It rolls over to the next calendar year. So we would ask that, even if staff and the council think, there's a lot going on this year, that you still docket our rezone request, kind of as a matter of good faith that yes, we're going to get to it, and that, we can get to it whenever we have time, if there isn't enough time. So that is my rebuttal.
Very good. Thank you. And that turns it back to city staff, who now provided a brief opportunity to present a rebuttal.
No rebuttal. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so that gets us to council discussion on the matter. So I'm going to open it up to council for any questions or discussion. Councilman Brandrell.
Sorry, I don't have my question fully formulated. I was too quick on the button. Give me a minute.
No problem. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
I should have a series of questions, but I'll take them one at a time and take my turn. The first one, question perhaps for the city manager, or perhaps Mr. Thomas, I'm not sure. A number of the comments that were in the public record suggested that opponents were not given notice that they would have an opportunity to comment at this meeting. Can you just comment on the notification procedure, and was there some confusion out there about whether people would be allowed to comment?
There certainly wasn't. There was not a stream of communication that said that people were not able to provide comments. The clerk's email that went out to people that were submitting comments to both the Planning Commission and the Council was specific to the circumstances in play with the process at hand, right? The quasi-judicial process. Both the Planning Commission and the Council were able to read comments that were received once the public record was compiled and was opened. So that is the extent of my comments to that question, Councilmember Reynolds. If others would like to comment,
let me clarify if I may, because I may not have asked that clearly. My question related to comment at the meeting. Was there any communication out that implied people would not be able to comment at the meeting?
Not that I'm aware of.
My sense, Councilmember Reynolds is, you need to clarify that further, because everything I observed, people were given the opportunity to comment at this meeting. Do you mean literally tonight during this meeting? Is that what your question is specific to?
Exactly. There were some letters that I understood them to be suggesting that they had been told they would not be allowed to comment at this meeting during this time. And I'm curious to know if that's true or accurate or not, or perhaps there was a misunderstanding somewhere.
Councilmember Reynolds, I'm not aware that communication took place on behalf of the staff. And for the record, I want to note that the city staff followed the code in preparing our communications and noticing for this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Weicker.
Yeah, I just want to say I've been around a few years. I remember the community facilities zone, and that didn't work so well. So Jeff and Allison, can you talk a little bit about what it looks like to move from a residential zone to a commercial zone? Like I've not seen that before. And short of it going back to planning commission, what does that look like? Does it take a year? Does it take 3 years? Like what's the next step after this?
Councilmember Weicker, in terms of timing, the process would take a similar amount of time as a legislative action that the council is well familiar with. Any code amendments that we've done in the past 3 to 4 years have certainly been of the legislative nature. So there are similar requirements, but there will be special provisions again to preserve a site-specific rezone, the quasi-judicial nature of it. So it will have some similar process provisions that we've experienced here with this docketing process that we've been undertaking here for the last few months. But in terms of the raw amount of time to go from A to B, for example, with our legislative actions, we typically see something that can take anywhere between 3 to 6 months, potentially a little bit longer than 6 months, depending on the complexity of the subject matter and the analysis. So I would anticipate, should this matter be docketed and complete applications received from the applicant, once the process actually begins, we would be somewhere probably at the longer end of that window that I just mentioned. And it may take longer, just depending on, again, what we encounter during the process, the technical matters that come up, public participation, and so forth. But that would be my starting point, would be the 6-month range.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
I have a question, but I'd make a comment, and that is that I think there is always confusion about how we make public comments and these kinds of things. And frankly, regardless of the subject, I think we have to figure out a better way of harvesting comments from the community. This has been an epidemic, whether it's a traffic study or any other kind of thing, that we have not gotten a lot of input from people. But be that as it may, that's a whole different problem. I have several questions as well. My first one is, what items are, other than the state mandated, the 2 state mandated items, are sitting on the docket from prior years that have not been gotten to yet? Could you identify those? What's involved in them, please?
Yes, and just a short technicality there, Councilmember. The responses to the state mandates are not yet on the docket. They are proposed this year, items 8 and 9, I believe they are. In terms of the residue from previous dockets, we do have some interim regs resulting from House Bill 1220, I believe, with emergency type housing. The council has renewed those interim regs a couple of times, and those are still pending to move through a legislative review process for permanent regulations when we're able and ready to. Allison, can you confirm? I believe that's the only item.
That's correct. The other items that had carried over from prior years were completed earlier this year. The business zone amendment and the beach club. I think the beach club actually was docketed for this year. So it's just that business zone amendment that was carrying over from a prior year.
So one item, council member, is the answer to your question.
Very good. Councilmember Anderl.
Thanks. Thank you. I also have at least 3 questions, but I'm going to ask kind of probably one of my more important ones. And prefacing it with a comment. Once this rezoning happens, if it were to happen, that land would be zoned commercially, and the city would have little influence over what happened within the confines of that commercial zone, aside from what is already permitted in the commercial zone. I don't know that we would have the ability to say, well, hey, you promised us it would be a modest expansion on the footprint, but this doesn't look modest. Where the applicant could just say, well, we can do what we can do now because it's in the commercial zone. So, and we've heard a lot of highly charged emotional testimony about that, a vote against this is a vote against the Jewish community. I will say that I strongly disagree with that. I think we're bound to follow the law, and that is what I intend to do when I vote. So, but if we're doing this for the Jewish community and the community at large, is there a way to make the rezone contingent on the JCC maintaining ownership of the property, and any transference would result in a reversion to the residential zoning?
Councilmember Andrew, I'll answer part of your question, then maybe look to our city attorney to supplement the rest of the answer. But your statement regarding the commercial office zone, if a rezone was to occur and this property was to ultimately become commercial office zoning, then it would be subject to the standards of the commercial office zone that are in our development code. So that is correct what you said. I see that Kim Pratt has came on the screen here. Kim, would you like to pick it up from there? Thank you.
I can say I have seen conditions added to rezone approvals in other cities. And so they run with the land. They are on the they're recorded with the county. I have never seen a condition that would require an entity to maintain ownership in perpetuity or the rezoning become ineffective. So I have not considered what the legal ramifications of that might be.
Okay, I'll hold my other questions until it's my turn again. I see Deputy Mayor has a hand up.
Perfect. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, 2 things. Jake, there was in the printed packet, there was a pretty good map of the last couple of years in terms of what was proposed. Of course, now the screen blurring isn't working. It was it's for AB 6382 Exhibit 5, page 208. Goes through all what was suggested and what was the outcome. My question is a follow-up to Lisa's question for Kim, who's now disappeared. In terms of a process question, it sounds like that type of condition would be added on, not at this step, but down the road, correct?
Not at this process, right? This is purely docketing based on those 5 criteria in the code.
Right, thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Anderl, back to you.
Thanks. Yeah, council received and placed, I guess this has now been placed in the record, some rather extensive comments from Bob Medved. And I'm not going to ask staff or the applicant or anybody else to respond to all of the allegations in there, but if you could somebody could explain to me, is this something that should have been 2 separate docket requests because it's a comprehensive plan and development code amendment?
Yeah, Kim, would you like to come on to respond to that question? That'd be perfect. Thank you.
So we looked closely at item G in the code under section 1915-230G, and it says if there is a combined comprehensive plan and amendment and rezone, they are required to be considered together, and all public notice has to reflect that dual nature. So that is what is in the code, and we did review that during this process. So I'm not quite sure what your question might be other than that.
Well, it's kind of not my question. It's
okay,
based on public comment, but
understand. Okay.
But the comment says that the docket request checked both the comprehensive plan amendment box and the development code amendment box under mandatory requirement number 3, and this public commenter is suggesting that would have required 2 separate docket items instead of 1. Now, I don't know if that's a ministerial thing or a substantive thing, but I was just looking to explore a little bit whether the staff had looked at that.
We did look at that. I don't see that as a substantive, error in the application given the code.
I can also say that the SJCC inquired prior to submitting their application whether they should submit 1 or 2 docket applications, and we directed them to submit 1.
Thanks. I guess I'll wait and go after Craig.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, a couple of the commenters also implied that other facilities that were operating under the basis of cups would have the opportunity to just ask for and get a commercial office designation if we had this as a precedent. And they seem to be operating under the impression, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but they seem to be operating under the impression that it was just theirs for the asking at that point. Is that correct, or would they have to go through essentially the same process that the Seattle JCC or Stroum JCC is going through now?
The docket is the vehicle to make a request to amend the comprehensive plan or the development code, which includes the zoning map. So the process that we're in here tonight, and we do it every year since 2020 at least, this is the process to initiate changes again to the comprehensive plan and or the development code.
And would this decision, if we decided to proceed with it, create any sort of binding precedent on the council to approve other similar requests?
Yeah, again, I'll take the first swing and then Kim can supplement if she wishes. Each docket request should be considered against the criteria in the code as each request is made year over year.
Nothing to add to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Anderell. You're on mute, Lisa.
Of course I am. Following on to what Craig just asked, my question was, well, why wouldn't a decision in this case then be applicable to, all other similarly situated properties?
Why, can you clarify, why would this docketing decision not be applicable to other properties, or why would a rezone, or I'm sorry.
Yeah, not the docketing decision, but if we were to docket it and then approve a rezone, why would that rezone request not be similarly available to other similarly situated properties? In other words, anybody operating in a residential zone under a cup. I mean, would we have any basis to make a distinction and say, no, not you, but Jay, yes, but no, not you?
The process itself is available under the code to make a docket request. So it is available. And if that person has a CUP, it is available.
Yeah, but that wasn't really the question. The question was if it is docketed and then ultimately granted, or the rezone is granted, wouldn't that same process and result be mandated for other properties that were similarly situated?
Councilmember
yes.
Yeah.
Result, no. You have to look at each criteria. This for docketing, and then the criteria for rezone. So it would depend on if that property also met all the criteria in both instances.
Yeah, there's nothing in our code that says thou shalt docket all future similar requests because you docketed this year. there is no mandate. We're answering your question as best we can because you have a code that dictates a process that we follow annually. And there's nothing in the code that is describing the outcome that you're asking us about.
Okay, thanks. I have one more when you come back around to me.
Yep, just raise your hand again. Councilmember Weicker.
So I'm going to cut to the chase and just say I am in favor of docketing this proposal. So I know there's going to be quite a bit of community dialogue around this. So Jeff, I wonder if you could just speak to kind of the Planning Commission is going to do outreach and how we can make sure there's a lot of public and community engagement around this. And this beloved institution is falling down. And I think one of the comments was the J is dying. It's our opportunity to save it or not. I personally agree with that, and given all the statements and given all the rules and laws, I do want to have this go forward so we can have that conversation and determine what next step is going to happen with the Planning Commission, certainly with all the public engagement around what this 12% looks like, where it's going, what's happening. Now that I think I heard the French school is leaving. So this is an opportunity to have a community conversation dialogue around what is possible here or not with this organization in the future. So can you just give us sort of a snapshot of that community engagement, public input?
Yeah, well, in terms of process, should this matter be docketed here this evening and placed on the city's work program, we will be working, closely with our legal team and others at City Hall to make sure that we design a process that first of all is compliant with the code, right? So we have to make sure, just like we have through this process, we're going to be working intensely to make sure that the comprehensive plan land use map amendment follows its required process in the code, and that a site-specific rezone would follow its required process in the code. And this quasi-judicial nature of what we've been discussing here this evening will be an essential part of a site-specific rezone application. So we have to make sure we stay within the bounds of adhering to that as we move through that process. In terms of community conversation, there will be a public hearing as part of both of these actions, and there will be an opportunity, for the public to engage in that. The city will do its required public outreach, as the code requires us to do, and we will take every measure possible to make sure that the process is executed cleanly, and we bring this ultimately through the Planning Commission, a Planning Commission recommendation or recommendations to the City Council for ultimate consideration and decision. Kim, would you like to add anything to that? Just given the nature of a site-specific rezone for Councilmember Weicker, or maybe not, but thought I'd give you the chance.
That was a good summary. I think we'll try and be very transparent as to what the process is going to be. Make that clear.
Yeah.
Councilmember Jacobson.
My understanding is that there's a transit-oriented development bill in some form of gestation. And how would the CPD's ability to deal with this in 2024 be affected if the legislature in its infinite wisdom decides to lay some more requirements on us in one form or another? If that's required with the typical deadlines that they give, would we be able to get everything done that we'd have to do, assuming that the TOD stuff had to be done by June of 2025?
Yep. Councilmember Jacobson, that's a good question. As Allison pointed out in her brief presentation, 2024 is going to be primarily about trying to complete the required periodic update to the comprehensive plan. And the first part of 2025, as of now, will be dedicated to attempting to respond to the other state mandates from the last legislative session that Allison highlighted on the screen during her presentation. Your question is essentially if in this upcoming legislative session, there are additional mandates, whether it's a TOD bill, which I've heard similar grumblings that you just mentioned, or other bills that ultimately are enacted. We will need to obviously prioritize those because those generally do come with required implementation dates, just like what we're seeing right now with the bills from the last session. So to answer your question directly, any mandates that come out of this legislative session from the state will need to be analyzed for applicability to Mercer Island, and will need to be prioritized to make sure that we are complying with any dates that are issued for cities and counties to comply with. So that may shuffle the queue. Once we know what those bills are, what they're going to entail, and when the deadlines are, that may cause the staff and the city council to shuffle our work program to accommodate those. Is the bottom line.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Andrew.
Thanks. So Jeff, I don't know if I heard you correctly earlier. Did you say that you would be looking at a 6-month timeline on this going in?
Yes, you did hear that generally. That is what I said. What I added to that was, given complexities that are discovered along the way, or intensity of public input, or length of time of planning commission review, it was certainly, I can see quite easily where time would get added on to a basic, process that we laid out. But I would start at 6 months and, add on from there as necessary. Correct.
And do you have examples of docket items in the past 2 years that have actually gone beginning to end in 6 months?
Yes, I would actually look to Allison to help me out with this one a little bit. We've actually had some docketed items that have probably been less than 6 months.
Okay.
Those were certainly straightforward. There was a map correction, for example, from a couple years ago. I think we may have gotten that planning commission to council maybe in 2.5, 3 months. But then, yeah, we've had some others that have taken more time as we've worked through them. Allison, do you have one specifically that pops into your mind?
Sure. I mean, the two that we reviewed earlier this year, the Marina amendment for the beach club and the business zone amendment, both of those were completed in that range of 3 to 6 months. And the Marina amendment actually required a lot of extra review with the Department of Ecology, and I think we still completed that in about 6 months.
And maybe just to clarify, you're not talking from docket to done. You're talking from begin of work to done.
Beginning of legislative process to council action. Yes.
Basically from when the planning commission takes up the matter until the council makes a decision.
Got it. Okay. Councilmember Andrew, does that answer your question?
More or less, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds.
I just want to make sure I understand a process question. There were, I believe, 5 criteria for approving docketing items. I want to make sure I'm correct in my understanding that those are necessary criteria, meaning we will only approve it if those things are true, but we are not required to approve it even if they are true. Is that correct? So we can still just say we don't want to?
Also, there are 5 criteria. You are correct, Councilmember Reynolds. All 5 criteria are required to be met to be placed on the docket. But
are they sufficient? If the criteria are met, do we have to place it on the docket?
In the case that's before us here tonight, I believe, well, Kim, do you want to jump in there?
Sure. So section E of 1915-230 says the following criteria shall be used to determine whether a proposal is added. So it is a shall. So the decision needs to be made based on those 5 criteria. And it does, I think, require you to put it on the docket if they are all met. I will say the criteria, there is a lot of, I think, gives room for council to use its discretion in how you use these criteria for particular docket items. Some of them are fairly broad, so that may provide some answer as well.
Okay, Councilmember Adderall.
Yeah, thanks. So to me, the CFZ seems like it was just yesterday, but in terms of criteria number 5, are we more than 3 years out from the conclusion of the CFZ?
Only based on the amount of time that I've been with the city. I've been at the city more than 3 years, and the CFC was concluded prior to my arrival. So I can add that for your consideration, Councilmember.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to a letter from Bob Medved to the council where that was part of the public record. He quoted City Code section 19.15.240C4. And I haven't gone back to look at that code. I'm assuming he quoted it correctly. But the particular phrase that he's referencing is about, we can approve a rezone only if all the following criteria are met. The proposed reclassification does not constitute an illegal site-specific rezone. And I think, if I understood him correctly, he's alleging that that statement implies that all site-specific rezones are illegal. And I'm wondering if that sentence is meant to be read as you can't approve an illegal site-specific rezone, but you can approve a legal site-specific rezone. And if that's the case, what distinguishes a legal one from an illegal one?
I'd like to start by saying that the criteria in 1915-240 are not what you're considering tonight to place this item on the docket or not. So they are not to be used in the deliberation of putting it on the docket, but I can answer the question. Not all site-specific rezones are illegal rezones. You go through the criteria and make that determination. And you would have the opponents and proponents of a rezone application giving you advice on that. And you would also have your city attorney's office giving council advice on that. So I would disagree that all site-specific rezones are illegal spot zones. That is not the case.
And can you just generally define for me the distinction between a site-specific rezone and a spot zone?
I would say spot zone is used generally to say it's something that you're placing into an area that it is very unusual there. It doesn't match there. It's kind of a term used when you're doing someone a favor and you're giving them favorable zoning when they don't really belong there. And so that would be an illegal spot zone. The criteria, however, in the code, if met, would preclude an illegal spot zone because some of those criteria that you want to avoid are in the code. So if you meet those criteria, it won't be an illegal spot zone.
Thank you.
Councilmember Weicker.
All right, one more thought. So if we don't put them on the docket this time, is it my understanding they have to wait 3 years to come back? Or could they docket next year? Like, if this applicant isn't on the docket next year, what is the next step, if any, for the applicant?
The code says if they get on the final docket and it's not passed, then they have to wait 3 years, but the same is not the case for this preliminary docket.
Okay. Seeing that we've somewhat exhausted questions, I'm going to just read the next section to set the stage. I will still allow questions, but let me get this out. This is really about kind of our path forward. What do we have the opportunities to do here, given the code? So council, the Mercer Island City Code includes criteria in section 19.15.230 paren E, close paren, that are to be used to determine whether to docket a proposed amendment. The Planning Commission has analyzed these criteria and given the council findings, conclusions, and a recommendation to place proposed Amendment 18 on the 2024 final docket. Council may adopt Resolution 1657, Option A, that adopts the Planning Commission's recommendation, or council may discuss the docketing criteria and adopt findings on whether each of the docketing criteria has been met by the proposal. If the docketing criteria are found to not be met, council may adopt Resolution 1657, Option B, to decline the docket, or if the docketing criteria are found to be met and the council has adopted their own findings, council may adopt resolution number 1657, Option C. So there's really two paths before we break into three paths. You can either adopt the findings of the Planning Commission in one resolution, and that will docket the item, or we can have our individual findings, finding by finding by finding. We will vote on each one of those and then draw a conclusion at the end. And that will either pass or fail based on our findings. So I just want to get people thinking about motion making, and I will turn it back to Councilmember Jacobson.
I have real concerns about CPD capacity. And I don't want to mislead the proponents of the JCC remodel and their thing, that if this thing is going to be something that as of January 1, we're going to start turning the soil on. And the other thing is that I'm sure, given the level of advocacy that we've seen, that there's going to be, well, come on. We need to be doing this and be push it ahead of some things that we absolutely have to do. And the housing stuff, I don't think is an easy lift. I think there's going to be a lot of pain and suffering in that thing, and that'll involve us. And so I'm bothered by that whole issue. So I just want to say I'm bothered by it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
I guess I just say, I think short of the mayor, I spent most time last year on what was going on in the legislature. I think obviously we're gearing up for what's going to happen in the next few months here. And I think that I think we heard from the representative from the DCC about their preference, because I do think there is a decision here. Obviously, I think if it's put on, they seem to understand that this is not a in 3 weeks here. We're moving on. We're turning dirt. Is an expression I've never used, so thank you for that, Councilmember Jacobson. But I also think that if the answer is no, then obviously they have other decisions to make. So I do think that putting this on now does give at least some sense of a direction, as opposed to the other sense of direction, which a no vote would give as well.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, I'm similarly bothered by capacity issues. Particularly as I look at the agenda bill that where the staff observes that the Planning Commission schedule includes only 11 regularly scheduled meetings a year, which is a limitation just based on time constraints. And it said additionally, the City Council should consider its capacity for review of recommended amendments, as well as the community's capacity to digest the proposals. I mean, this is, driving passionate emotions on both sides. I do not see that we can honestly and in good faith say that the city can devote resources to it in 2024. And so I'm very skeptical that, that we can say that criteria is met unless we just want to say, well, we want it to be met, so we're going to say it's met.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
I expect to be supporting this. I have concerns about staff workload as well, and Planning Commission and council workload. There's no doubt there's every reason to be concerned about that. But I think the city ought to find a way to complete actions that are consistent with its values and with its priorities. And this is a hugely important resource to our community. We heard that from multiple speakers. It's also a difficult situation currently where the current facility is not working very well for the users of the facility and not working very well for the neighbors of that facility. And this is our chance to create a win-win solution, an improved facility that benefits the users and benefits the neighbors. And this will only be possible if we get this zoning change through. So to me, this is an easy call.
Okay, Councilmember Weicker.
So I just like to say the Planning Commission spent a lot of time on this. I know our staff knows how to manage their time, just like we all try to do that with everything we're trying to do. So with that, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the Planning Commission recommendation, its finding in place number 18 on the 2024 docket.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Weicker, seconded by Councilmember Weinberg. Any discussion? Do you want to speak to the motion, Councilmember Weicker? Your hand's still up, so if you don't.
Yeah. Sorry, it's been a long day already. And
more to go.
So let me just wrap it up. We heard a lot of public comment this evening about what a great community asset the J has been for almost 6 decades. I myself have benefited, my family, my kids, my parents when they come to town, all the community events that we've held there, not just for the Jewish community, but for all of the community. It would be such a shame to have this community resource and treasure have to go somewhere else or heaven help us shut down because land everywhere else is super expensive. So I think it's worth going down this path forward. So I thank the Planning Commission for their work. I thank the J for sticking with us for these 6 years that we've been up and down and then COVID. And I really think this building needs to be looked at and updated. And I trust that they'll stick to the 12%. It's just too important a community resource to let go. So we just have to do this and make it work with the process so that we get to a fair decision outcome and consider all the different stakeholders that have a very vested interest in this, because it is a legacy project that will be here for another 60 years.
Okay, Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, I just don't think I can support the motion simply because of my concerns about the whether we have in fact met the 5 docketing criteria. And so that would feel, as I said, it would feel very much like staring at something I know not to be accurate and saying, but I want it to be accurate. And so therefore I'm going to let it go through. So it's not that I don't support redevelopment. It's not that I don't support the J. It's just that I feel like we do need to hew carefully to what the law requires. And I don't think that this motion will enable us to do that.
Okay, City Clerk, do you have a question?
Yes, Ms. Councilmember Weicker, can you please repeat the motion? I captured that it was made by Weicker, seconded by Reynolds, but I did not capture the motion.
Okay, I believe the motion was to adopt the Planning Commission findings, conclusions, and recommendation to place proposed Amendment 18 in the 2024 final docket.
That's exactly what I said.
And does the person that seconded that, who seconded it?
I did. I confirm.
Okay, so City Clerk, did you capture that? You can read it back again if you want.
One more time, please.
The motion was to adopt the Planning Commission findings, conclusions, and a recommendation to place proposed Amendment 18 on the 2024 final docket.
Adopt the Planning Commission findings, conclusions, and recommendation and place.
And a recommendation to place proposed Amendment 18 on the 2024 final docket.
Thank you.
You want to read it back?
Yes. Adopt the Planning Commission's findings, conclusions, and recommendations, and a recommendation to place proposed Amendment 18 on the 2024 final docket.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So just for a process question, back to City Clerk, voting on this motion will be the only action required, right? We'll move on to our next item of regular business if this passes.
That is correct.
Okay, so Council, I want to find a way to support this motion, and one of the ways that I can do that is by making an amendment. And this amendment ostensibly would add the country club to this type of consideration. So I'm going to read the motion and I'll ask if somebody will second it. I move to amend the motion under paragraph H of section 21, I move to amend the motion under paragraph H of section 19.15.230 of the Mercer Island City Code with the specific addition of the properties generally referred to as the Mercer Island Country Club, and affirm that the criteria for expanding the geographic scope of a land use map amendment as outlined in paragraph H have been met.
Second.
Okay, so it's moved and seconded. I appreciate that for discussion. So, Council, I wanted to send something out in advance under our no surprise rule, but due to the quasi judicial nature of this, I was not advisable. So city staff can pull up this section of the code, but the section of the, I don't know, Allison, if you have the ability to do that, but it is helpful to actually see the code on the screen.
Mayor Neese, can you please repeat the motion after the specific condition and specific condition of the property?
If you send someone down here, I'll give them a hard copy.
Okay.
So council, the section H reads expansion of land use map amendment. So the amendment on the floor is just that. It is a land use map amendment. And H reads that the city may propose to expand the geographic scope of an amendment to the comprehensive plan land use map to allow for consideration of adjacent property, similar situated property, or area-wide impacts. The following criteria shall be used in determining whether to expand the geographic scope of a proposed land use map amendment. 1, the effect of the proposed amendment on the surrounding area or city, the effect of the proposed amendment on the land use and circulation pattern of the surrounding area or city, and the effect of the proposed amendment on the future development of the surrounding area or city. And so in the motion that I made that was seconded, I'm effectively saying that all of those are true, and that my desire is to amend the motion to add the country club to the land use map amendment, which would carry the CO zoning. And so we could take this down if everybody's done. I see Councilmember Reynolds has his hand up.
Yeah, just a quick question. If this amendment were to be passed and we were to docket this item and it goes to the Planning Commission, can you confirm my impression that the Planning Commission could at that point choose to change the zoning of the SJCC or the country club, or both, or neither? They would not have to make a do both or do neither decision. Is that correct?
Can we take the screen share down, please? So I'll turn that over to Kim or Jeff.
The Councilmember Reynolds, based on my understanding of the proposal here, this would be a land use map amendment for the country club only. So a rezone of the country club site, we'll call it, or properties, would require a separate action, just like the action that we're considering here this evening with the J, where both a land use map amendment and a rezone are both required. So this amendment here the mayor has proposed would only involve the land use map for the country club, not the rezone. So what would need to happen is a docket proposal to rezone the country club would need to be submitted on a future docket, and subject to successful docketing by the city council at that point in time, then that would be processed as well. And it may result, depending on the ultimate decisions of the city council on both of those, in a land use map amendment and a rezone to the country club.
So I'm not sure I understand then. If it still requires a separate docketing process for the country club a year from now, what is the purpose and effect of the amendment tonight? Or did the mayor disagree that it would require a separate redocketing?
So there is only this opportunity to make this motion to amend the docket item 18. It cannot be done at a later time. Nothing to be added to it. And if the country club does not submit a docket item within next year's docket, and then this item is advanced beyond the point where, well, to the point where it needs to take a legislative action by the council, it just would fall off the map. It would not be an allowable rezone. But if they did docket and then council were to take an action, it would receive the same benefit that the SJCC is requesting.
But given that they have to redocket, what advantage do we have for doing this now?
They don't have to redocket. They actually are in a more legal. They just need to docket the zoning change. This would take care of half of the docketing that needs to be done.
Okay, because it addresses the map. Is that correct?
It addresses one map. It doesn't address the other map.
Okay.
Council Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I guess I'm just confused about the advantage of this now.
So the advantage of this is that we don't have to go through another process to fire off this particular comprehensive zoning map consideration for the country club. So the public process can begin. You can have a legislative process begin. You just can't do the actual rezone without the zoning map docket item. And I don't think anybody here thinks that this is going to get done in the near term. So there should be ample time for that to occur. You know, you're welcome to ask staff if staff want to add any more color to that. This is not my area of expertise. I just think what is good for the one club is good for the other club. I've spoken to the country club. They're all for it. They need their docket item as well later on tonight. But this certainly consolidates the needs of two clubs, both asking for relief, both saying that their COP in a residential zone is not allowing them to make the improvements they need to make. So why not combine two public processes?
I'm assuming this was not something that came up at the planning commission meeting, so we don't benefit from their wisdom here. I'd love to hear more from CPD or our legal team if they have a perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've given the extent of my perspective, given the amendment here that's been made. But again, to the mayor's point that he's already made, in my opinion, correctly, there would be the land use map amendment. Two different sites potentially could conjoin in a land use map amendment that would run together. But there would be, for each separate site, there would be a rezone action required, a site-specific rezone action required. So one of those sites has a motion on the table to docket it. And then there would be a future docket request from the other site that would need to go through this exact same docketing process that we've just experienced here that's culminating tonight. And that would be a future year. That could be next year was the example that was given, that they could submit the country club could submit a docket request next year for a site-specific rezone, and that would need to go through this process and be successfully docketed for then the country club's journey on this road to continue.
Okay.
I would add that.
Oh, sorry, Kim.
I'd add that this section 8 of the code section does allow the city to make this proposal. So it doesn't have to be done by an applicant, and it's just specific and very, very niche to just expanding the geographic scope of an amendment that you're already considering. But you would need to consider those 3 criteria in H to determine whether or not you have enough information in the record to make that decision, that the country club property that they own should be added as a comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Weicker.
Yeah, so it seems to me like you're being efficient, and could you just give us a little more background on how you came to do this now with this other docket item? I'm trying to get my head around and caught up to your efficiency here, which I appreciate. Just need a little more. I need a little more background, Salim, please.
So I think that we were given so much legal advice to not read anything that I could read the Mercer Island City Code, and I was allowed to do that. So this provision was existing in the code, allows us to make this expansion. And I think it's very much intended for this purpose, which is to make a legislative process more efficient. So when you could be doing something for one, you could be doing it for two, and is to gain that efficiency. The discretion is ours as the city. As a legislative body, we're allowed to make these findings. If you can read 1, 2, and 3 of Section H and can come to the same conclusion that I did, that these are similarly situated, they're both doing roughly the same thing, they're both providing a benefit to the community, then that criteria is met. I think that given the variance nature of a COP in a residential zone always failing, there's no path forward for any variance, that you're going to have the country club continue to look at future investments in the facility and the efficiency of the operations of that facility and have no path forward. And you're going to be dealing with a CO zone request from that club. I see no reason why it wouldn't be to the benefit of the council and to the legislative process to combine those two now. And they've agreed with this. They are willing participants in being added to it by amendment to this amendment, and they would file a docket request next year for the zoning map. Okay, Councilmember Weinberg. Deputy Mayor, can you take your hand down and raise it again if you're interested? Is that a hold hand?
Yeah.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, so we started off as a quasi judicial proceeding with the opportunity for the applicant to provide rebuttals when the city had comments about the application. I'm wondering whether the applicant in this case would need to be offered to have a say in whether the application that they submitted has its scope expanded.
So there is no application. This is a discretion of the city. I did forward you an email that gives you a first-person perspective of the country club, but this is a discretion of the legislative body, not of the applicant. So there is no application.
So my understanding of the docketing process is that someone submitting a docket a proposal can either be a suggestion or an application. If it's a suggestion, there's no fee associated with it, but it goes through additional review. If it's an application, then it must be reviewed, and there's a large fee that's assigned to the applicant. And it seems to me here that the amendment, which may or may not have merit, I don't know yet, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it, is changing substantively the proposed amendment. And so I'd be curious as to know whether the original applicant is supportive of it. But this is new territory. I'm not really sure what the appropriate process is here.
Yeah. So the criteria is not the docketing criteria. This is a different section of the docket code, Section H, that gives the city the discretion to take a docketed comp plan amendment map and expand it. So what you're asking for can't be answered because we're not dealing with that. We're, as you said, in a quasi-judicial matter with an item to be placed on the final docket with a motion on the floor, and I'm using a different section of the code to expand that item to hit another property. There is an email in your inbox if you want to read it. I sent you before this meeting, everybody on the council. That's the extent that we can get the applicant involved in this. And city staff, I don't know if you have anything that you want to add to that. If not, we can go on to Councilmember Jacobson.
I just, maybe to speak to Councilmember Weinberg's question, it sounded, maybe I missed it, I don't know. It sounded like Councilmember Weinberg was inquiring as to whether the applicant for the docket request that started this session would or want to speak. and Mayor, maybe you addressed that and I just kind of missed that.
I didn't catch that part. What is your intent, Councilor Weinberg?
Yeah, I want to know whether the applicant approves of having this change to their application.
It's a question that I couldn't possibly answer without having ex parte communication. So I don't know. Councilmember Jacobson.
One of my great frustrations is how long it takes that we're so consumed with process that we choke to death on it. And I commend you, Mayor Neese, for trying to figure out a way to kill at least a bird and a half, maybe two, I don't know, birds with one stone. And as to the things that Councilmember Weinberg said, why wouldn't they be doing handstands and cartwheels at the country club? Because it advances the exercise that they've been pursuing for quite some time. And so I think it's a thoughtful amendment, and it's one which I could support. So, and will support.
Thank you. Councilmember Enroll.
Thanks. Yeah, I may not have caught all of this accurately, but you were talking a little bit ago about the legislative process, and I'm kind of trying to understand why, if they're doing the same thing as the J, why is that not also quasi-judicial?
It is. That's why I had to make this amendment inside this item. Right? I couldn't amend another docket item. I couldn't have it happen outside of this. It has to be amended to this motion, or it cannot be done under section H.
Okay, I probably need to study up on that a little bit, but I won't take any more time in the meeting to do it.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, what I'm struggling with on this is that it seems like a significant decision, and we've had some number of weeks to think about it in the context of SJCC, but just a few minutes to do it in the context of the country club. So I'm a little bit wary, but more significantly, I've decided in my mind that the SJCC decision is the right decision, and I'm worried that this action might have the effect of slowing down that. So I wonder if I could get a commentary from Mr. Thomas. Would this materially slow the process for the SJCC were this amendment to pass?
Maybe is as directive an answer I can give you. And the reason why I say maybe,
I was pretty sure that was correct.
The reason why I say maybe, and there's two sides to the coin here, right? So the reason why I say maybe is as the council has, I think, put on the record here this evening, it's highly unlikely that the J proposal, if docketed, would actually run through the process, the required process here in 2024 because of other priorities, right? So I think staff has put that on the record here tonight. The council has discussed it. There didn't seem to be any significant objection come up during the discussion on that. To the mayor's point, there still needs to be a docketing request for a rezone from the country club should this amendment here to the motion move forward. So the timing could very well glue itself together quite fashionably and all work out. For example, if we did not receive, if this amendment was to move forward here with the proposal this evening, and if we did not receive a docket proposal for a rezone from the country club for the next docketing cycle, which would be a year from now, then maybe there starts to be a question as to what happens then. Do we just move forward with the J proposal, having not received anything from the country club, or do we, wait more time? So that's why my answer was maybe. But there's definite economic value in looking at, some combination of the land use map. But of course, it's dependent on other things happening though beyond tonight, right? So hopefully that's helpful, council member.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
I'm struggling with two things, so maybe someone can help me
Can
understand
you
why.
lean in maybe a little bit so we can pick up your mic?
I'm using AirPods, so that
Oh, are
wouldn't
you?
affect it.
Gotcha.
Two things. The first one would be, why would we not, if this is going to be delayed anyways, why would we not wait for the country club to come back with both pieces of this at the same time to be considered separately? The second one being, we received a number of emails from folks with the country club about the temporary bubbling. This unless I missed something, this would be relatively new. And I don't think we've gotten much feedback beyond this email from the leadership of the country club. We certainly haven't. This was not what was supported by people who wrote us in. So those are the two things I'm struggling with. If someone can explain why I shouldn't be, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. So, I can take a stab at it. That again, they are not able to get any sort of variance under the residential code that they exist in. So as they look at their long-term planning, there really is no path to rectify any of these nonconformities. What Director Thomas maybe didn't say is that you can still begin the legislative process of discussing the comprehensive plan map without this second docketed zoning request. It's to grant the rezone that's required. So there's very much an opportunity to consolidate these two things, to be more efficient, to have the discussions in the public process while providing the time for the country club to docket the zoning change. Should they choose not to do it, it would be a not legal rezone and they would fall out. And so if Kim wants to just speak to the eventuality of, okay, let's say this amendment is passed and we move forward with this and the country club just goes radio silent, what happens?
So if this comp plan amendment is considered on the docket and you don't get a rezone under some growth management board case law that the city has been through, you would not be able to pass a comprehensive plan amendment without that rezone. So it would fail if the country club does not apply for that rezone.
But let me follow up to that then. So then would there be staff time and resources spent on something that wasn't asked for and eventually might not even get the second piece that it needs to move forward?
Could.
I'm sorry, Kim, explain how it could be. Feels like it would have to be one way or the other.
Well, you premised it with something the applicant didn't ask, the country club didn't ask for. My understanding is they are in favor of it, so I'm not sure that it would be a waste. But if it did happen, the country club changed their mind, decided they don't want this. If they didn't communicate that to the city, you could get far along with the comprehensive plan amendment and end up dropping it, not passing it. So that could be considered a waste of resources.
But to be clear, it's just the country club portion that gets dropped. The SJCC portion advances. So again, if all things equal, they do docket it as you would think they would do based on the email that you have, then you would have saved yourself effort. If they don't, then the combined effort just benefits SJCC.
Except that there might have been time spent on the country club act that never materialized.
I mean, if we differ on that being a good investment of legislative time, then we do, but I think it's an investment worth making. They have exactly the same problems that the SJCC has. Okay, Councilmember Weicker.
And I'll say they probably have a building that's in need to be updated eventually too. So I think this is Mayor Neese being efficient and 2 steps ahead of me per usual. So I thank you for that. And I'm supportive of the amendment because I think you're helping both community assets with the avenues they need to proceed with coming back into compliance or having a path forward to become and stay the community assets that they are. So I think I know where you're going. This makes sense to me. Looking forward to reading your email, and I think it will save us all a bunch of time going forward to have the country club piggyback on this, should they do so. If not, this doesn't hinder the current applicants' efforts thus far. So I'm in favor of your amendment, and I'm in favor of docketing 18 in 2024.
I appreciate that. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, so during this discussion, I've read the email. I've also read the law that, or the portion of the code that Mayor Neese has referenced. So I think I understand at this point what is being asked. A question, is it necessary for this to be an amendment on this motion, or could we proceed with the original motion and then have a secondary motion either tonight or some other night or anytime, frankly, to expand the scope of this once we've had a chance to hear from the applicant?
No, we can't do that.
So I guess that
you can ask legal that question if you'd like, but I've been told the answer is no.
I would appreciate the opinion of our city attorney on whether this has to be an amendment or whether it could be a separate motion. And if it could be a separate motion, does it have to be in the same evening?
So the docket decisions are made by the end of the year. My understanding is council wants to make them tonight. So it would need to be made tonight. And H is written specifically to expand the scope of an amendment. So I believe that means it should be done when you pass that other amendment. What we would actually do is you have resolution A, which adopts the PC motion. This amendment, we would then need to add to that resolution this country club amendment.
So I think what I'm hearing is that as this is our last planned meeting for the year, and as we have set a 12/31/2023 deadline for coming up with a docket, that we would have to decide on this tonight. I haven't heard yet a clear answer on whether this has to be an amendment of the motion or whether we can vote on the motion and then have another motion to say, now let's consider expanding it. Is there any requirement that this has to be an amendment of the motion?
Well, you have a motion on the floor, and the way to dispense of a motion on the floor is to have a vote. So if you don't want it to do what it's doing, then we need to have a vote where it doesn't get enough a majority to move forward.
So we have a motion on the floor, and we have a motion to amend it that has also been seconded. So that's now on the floor as well. And I guess what I'm asking is whether if we were to vote against the amendment to this motion and vote on the original motion of whether to docket 18, could we then do another motion saying, now let's consider the amendment? Because I think that there may be stronger support for one than the other.
Okay, well, the amendment to the motion is on the floor, and we're going to be having a vote. So that's the path forward. I don't think Kim can offer anything regarding that. You can ask the city clerk if you want.
Well, I guess if the amendment to the motion gets voted down, I presume we still have the ability to vote on whether to merge the things as a separate motion later. It's not that there would be a closed issue at that point, right? According to Robert's rules.
I don't think that that's correct, because the section of the MICC under H is to amend the approval of a docketed item, right? This comprehensive map amendment. If that has been passed and that is not available to amend, then section H is no longer usable.
Section H says the city may propose to expand the geographic scope of an amendment to the comprehensive plan land use map to allow for the consideration of adjacent property, similarly situated property or area-wide impacts. So, I mean, if it doesn't say that we only have the ability to expand a proposal, it says we have the ability to expand an amendment. So I think if the original proposal passes, it's an amendment at that point, and then we would have the ability to have another motion to expand it. It might be kind of six one way, half dozen the other, though, because maybe maybe the amendment already has enough support already. But
Well,
just
I've been told that what you're suggesting is not the correct path. That it has to be amended to item 18, because that is what starts section H. So I'm just doing what was section H is prescribing. Okay.
I appreciate
Yeah.
appreciate the feedback on it. I see other hands up. I'll let other people speak. Thanks.
Councilmember Reynolds.
I'm just going to note I'm wary of this from a transparency point of view. The community has known for quite some time that the JCC docket proposal was out there, and community members got a chance to comment. And while many members of the J were very much in favor of this or other use of that facility, there were a number of neighbors that had significant concerns, but they were given an opportunity to comment. And here we have, as I understand it, the voice from the leadership of the country club that says they're in favor of this. But this would be, I believe, a complete and total surprise to their neighbors. And I think that's a little unfair to them. So that's just what I'm noodling on right now.
Okay. Council Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I have some questions about legal risk. Would it be possible for us to speak in executive session for a few minutes?
The city manager Bond has joined us. Is that something that we have the capacity to do here?
Kim, I'm looking at you. I'm not sure I recommend it at this point. I would need a recess to confer with legal counsel before I could advise you on whether or not it would be appropriate to break for an executive session. If you'd like me to do that, I'd respectfully ask 10 minutes.
Okay. Council, everybody okay with a 10-minute recess? All right. Council, it's 8:43 p.m. Council will be in recess until 8:53 p.m.
Mr. Mayor, do we have all the council members back?
I see everyone.
Right. Thank you for the opportunity to actually, did we just lose Jake? Oh, there he is. I'll begin again. Thank you, council, for the opportunity to take a brief recess so that I could confer with legal counsel on Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum's request to call an executive session. If the council desires to hold an executive session, you may do so by a motion of the city council, provided the purpose is read into the record and the time for the executive session is noted. At this time, I will advise you that staff have not had an opportunity to prepare a legal analysis related to the amendment to the motion that was presented. However, we will provide the council, legal counsel, as best as we are able should the council decide to proceed with an executive session.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, do you want to make that motion? Is that a motion you would like to make?
I do. I move that we enter executive session for 15 minutes to discuss legal risk related to this amendment.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? I assume we call a roll?
Mr. Mayor, if you'll pause, we need to have the RCW read into the record, please, for the purpose of the exec session.
Do we need a vote to move that, or we just need 2 council members to confer to do that?
We need a vote. Thank you.
City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Who was the second, Mr. Mayor?
It was Councilmember Weicker, I believe.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Mayor Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
It's unanimous. Yes. Aye.
Okay. So
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to read the
No.
executive session RCW?
that would be great. Thank you.
City Council will now go into executive session for approximately 15 minutes. Executive session is with legal counsel to discuss pending or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.1101I.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
You may.
Can we add to the record that the executive session will be until 9:15? We need to have an hour set, the exact hour when we're going to be returning. So 9:15, is that okay with you on that?
Looks like you got consensus on that.
All right, thank you.
And will we be getting a Teams link? Sure enough.
Yes, it's been sent. I'd ask everyone to please turn off their cameras and mute, please, while you go into exec session. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, thank you. Myself and my legal team are back.
Very good. All right. So for the benefit of the public, the council has returned from an executive session that lasted from 9 to 9:15. We left off the discussion with a motion and an amendment to the motion on the floor. And I will wait one more call for questions or any discussion before I have the city clerk call the roll. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, so I am a member of the Mercer Island Country Club and therefore part owner of the Mercer Island Country Club. It was my intent, still is my intent, to recuse myself from the discussion of the proposed amendment by the Country Club when we eventually got to that. Now that the amendment currently under discussion includes a potential benefit to the Country Club, I will therefore need to recuse myself from the further discussion and voting on this particular motion.
Very well. Kim, did you have something to add to that?
I would, so Mayor Neese, to the rest of the council members, now would be the time if any of the rest of you thought you had a conflict of interest, or this would be the time to disclose that and also recuse yourself.
And speak up. I'm not looking for hands. I'm looking for people to speak up if they have a conflict.
I have a question.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Kim, how is family defined in this situation?
Something that would potentially cause you to have a bias.
So,
Deputy Mayor, are you asking how family is defined?
yeah, I mean, how close is a family member?
Conflict of interest under the city's ethics code is a family member is someone who resides with you in your residence.
Mr. Mayor, I need to interrupt the proceedings and ask the attorney for a legal opinion. Bio or Kim, given that we are in a quasi-judicial proceeding and Councilmember Weinberg has recused himself, may you please advise if he needs to leave the meeting?
He does.
Yep. Councilmember Weinberg, unfortunately, we will have to ask you to leave the meeting. A staff person will be in touch with you when the matter concludes, and you may rejoin the meeting at that time.
Okay, and are you going to reach me by cell phone or by email?
Cell phone or both. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Am I back to running this? Councilmember, looks like Jacobson and then Rosenbaum. Go ahead, Jake. You're on mute.
About maybe a year or more ago, I in response to a request, went and toured the country club's facilities with some of the people who've you know, their officers and that sort of thing, and they explained what they wanted. And since that time, I apart from seeing emails and hearing people talk about it, I haven't had any contact, and I'm excuse me, perfectly capable, I think, of being impartial and unbiased as regards anything that has to do with the country club.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
I had a similar tour as sounds like as Jake did. I don't think that makes me challenges my ability to be impartial, but I do have a process question, which is, would we, assuming that this amendment passes and assuming that the underlying motion passes, and assuming that the legislative course here runs its course, when this comes back to the council, will we be sworn in similar to how we were this morning, or sorry, this afternoon, or it might be the morning by the time we finish this, but will this be just, I just want to better understand what this looks like on a go-forward basis.
Sure. I'm going to ask Kim to talk about the outcome of a positive vote to docket a quasi-judicial item. Kim?
So if the quasi-judicial matter goes forward, and there would be public hearings, and both the Planning Commission and Council would be have to answer those appearance of fairness questions again, just like you did this evening and the PC did on November 15th.
And Kim, we've been talking a little bit about the anticipated timeline. Unless the council directs us to reprioritize our work, we would likely see this item docketed in 2024, but work commencing in 2025. So can you please share with the council that when a quasi-judicial process is basically on the floor, that will hold for that. It doesn't stop and start. It holds for the duration until the process officially commences.
Right. So these same appearance of fairness limitations that you've been dealing with since, let's say, September will continue until the final decision is made if these items go through with the rezone. So it would be emails you receive, you're forwarding them to the city, communications by people that are ex parte, you don't have them, or you disclose them at the time of a hearing. So we continue forward as you have been last few months.
And Deputy Mayor, if I may add on to that, just a quick process question. If the outcome of the council's vote tonight is to docket this item, my staff team and I will be convening, and we will be issuing a statement before the end of the year about the anticipated process and the timeline, so that the community and all parties involved are informed.
Does that answer your question, Deputy Mayor?
To the extent that it will, I think, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to disclose the a similar tour as previously described at the Mercer Island Country Club, well in advance of any knowledge that they were going to file a docket item. And I have no impediment to my impartiality by virtue of having toured the premises.
Councilmember Reynolds.
I want to make the same disclosure.
Well,
and I also believe it will not impede my impartiality.
The maker of the amendment to the motion, I would disclose that I did not get such a tour. The only one did not receive such a tour. So
I didn't get a tour. Don't worry about it.
okay, perfect. I can still decide impartially. All right. Not seeing any other discussion. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weiger.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Just to confirm, this is the vote on the amendment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, nay.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
And Mayor Neese.
Aye.
5-1.
Okay, so the amendment to the motion passes. We now have the amended motion on the floor. City Manager Bond.
Mr. Mayor, I have two items for to review with the council before you vote on the motion. I'm going to ask Ali Speets. I'm catching her off guard here to share the motion. When the original motion was made, it was made absent a reference to the resolution in the packet. The legal team advises that the motion be amended to include such a reference, and Ali will have that up on your screen in just a moment. While we're waiting on that, I need to also advise you that we need to take a short recess to prepare a revised resolution. And so in that case, we may just take the recess first, because none of the resolutions in your packet encapsulate the amendment that was just presented. So given that, Bio or Kim, are you available right now? Would you prefer to just take the recess now so that we can work on the revised resolution?
That's fine. I'm working on it as we speak. So it'll be about 10 minutes and I should have a draft resolution available to share.
All right, Council, I'd like to give ourselves just a little bit of cushion since we're working on the fly. So I'd request a 15-minute recess. Mr. Mayor, when we come back, we will have a motion that correctly references the revised resolution. We will also send to you via email a resolution that reflects the action that you just took.
Okay, council will be in recess for 15 minutes. Return at 9:41 p.m.
Thank you.
Selima, you lose the tie at 10? It's on a protest.
Say that again?
You're gonna lose the tie at 10?
I thought we could lose the jackets at 10. Is the tie come at midnight?
I don't know. I've got a jacket. I can put it on if you feel you don't want to be alone.
It's about 85 degrees here. I'm not putting on a tire jacket. Sorry.
It's about 85 degrees in this room right now. I don't know how Ryan works here. It's hot.
I'm like Lisa. I've been at the standing desk since I started at 3. I've been standing, but I'm gonna see if I can go the whole meeting without sitting down.
Yeah, I've been alternating standing and sitting, and I will also state for the record that I've had to have 2 dinners and multiple battery charges.
Hey,
Yeah,
Craig, how long did it take you to get out there?
It's about 12 hours altogether.
Oh, that's not bad. That's closer than Fiji.
What is the local time?
It's 7:41.
You're 2 hours behind us, right?
Yeah. So I got no excuse if I doze off.
12 hours, only two hours time.
I know, it doesn't even seem worth it.
You got to change planes in San Francisco, and there's a layover to worry about. It's 8 hours flight from San Francisco.
You need to change your background, Craig.
You'd rather see that than the sleazy hotel room I'm in.
Mr. Mayor, we're ready to resume when you are.
Okay. Well, thank you, Beth, for coming back. We're returning from, I think, a 15-minute recess for staff to prepare a resolution. So I'll turn it over to staff to see where we stand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, I have conferred with the legal team, and here is what we recommend. We recommend that you go ahead and take a vote on the motion that is on the table right now. Should that pass, we will recommend a second motion approving the resolution as presented. The resolution addresses the Planning Commission recommendation and the amendment that just passed regarding the country club's inclusion in the process. In your inboxes, you have a draft resolution reflecting what I've just mentioned. If this motion before you right now passes and we move on to the next motion regarding the resolution, I will be asking City Clerk Andrea Larson to read the resolution into the record. We will also screen share since this is different than what was presented to you in your packet.
Okay. Council, any discussion before we call the roll?
Can I just clarify? You said we're voting on the resolution on the floor.
No, the amended motion on the floor will get a vote. And then if that passes, we will vote on the resolution.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Which is in your inbox.
I may have misspoke. I apologize.
No, I think.
Sorry, I need a minute to read the resolution, if I may.
But we're not voting on the resolution. We're voting on the motion on the floor.
But then we're going to vote on the resolution immediately thereafter, right?
Yes.
Soon thereafter, yeah.
And the motion on the floor is to do what we originally talked about, to docket the JCC item and do the land use change for the country club, correct?
Right.
Would you like me to read the motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, sure. Just for clarity.
Adopt the PC findings, conclusions, and a recommendation to place proposed amendment 18 on the 2024 final docket as amended.
That's the unamended motion.
No, it adds the as amended on the bottom, which incorporates the amendment that you guys just voted on.
Okay. The hour is getting late. All right. Any discussion? All right. City Clerk, please call the roll on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Weiger.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Abstain.
Councilmember Andral.
Abstain.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
4 yeses, 2 abstentions.
Okay, so Do we need a motion for the resolution now?
Yeah. So, Mr. Mayor, what I'd like to do, unless there's a question ahead of time. Let's see.
See, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum has his hand up.
I'm assuming we don't ask Ted to return for this one.
Not yet.
All right.
Thank you. I will ask Ellie Speets to screen share the resolution that was just provided to all of you via email. City Clerk Andrea Larson can read it into the record. Upon conclusion, the motion would be to approve the resolution as presented.
City of Mercer Island, resolution number 1657. A resolution of the City of Mercer Island, Washington regarding the city's 2024 Comprehensive Plan and Development Regulation Amendment Docket Proposal number 18. Whereas the City of Mercer Island is required to plan under Growth Management Act of 1990 as amended, including adopting and regularly updating and amending its comprehensive plan and development regulations. And whereas the Growth Management Act allows the city to amend the comprehensive plan on an annual basis, and whereas the public notice was provided on August 9th, 2023 and September 6th, 2023 of the opportunity to propose comprehensive plan and development regulation amendments by October 1, 2023 for consideration on the 2024 docket, and whereas the comprehensive plan and development regulation amendment docket proposal number 18 was by October 1, 2023 for consideration on the 2024 docket, and whereas on November 15th, 2023, the City of Mercer Island Planning Commission held a public meeting and made a recommendation to the Mercer Island City Council to place docket proposal number 18 on the final docket of comprehensive and development regulation amendments to be considered on the 2024 docket, and whereas on December 5, 2023, the Mercer Island City Council held a public meeting to consider docket proposal number 18 for the 2024 docket and the Planning Commission's recommendations on the same. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Mercer Island, Washington as follows. Section 1, the City Council formally adopts the findings, conclusions, and recommendations of the Planning Commission attached here 2 as Exhibit A. Section 2, the City Council places docket proposal number 18 on the 2024 docket. Section 3, additionally, the city expands pursuant to MICC 19.15.230H the geographic scope of the comprehensive plan land use map amendment in docket proposal number 18 to allow for consideration of the property commonly known as the Mercer Island Country Club, 8700 Southeast 71st Street, Mercer Island, Washington, 98040, which is a similarly situated property as the property in docket proposal number 18. The criteria used in determining whether to expand the geographic scope of the proposed land use map amendment were those in subsections 1, 2, and 3 of the aforementioned city code, which were satisfied. Passed by the City Council of the City of Mercer Island, Washington at its meeting on the 5th day of December, 2023.
Okay. Council, is there a motion to adopt the resolution as presented?
Wait a minute, I want to.
I didn't catch that. If that was a motion or.
No, I have something I'd like to say because I think we're missing a word.
Okay.
In this.
I'll make the motion for what it's worth.
Well, hold on. Before we do, if there's a missing word, it'll be easier to cure before there's a motion.
Right. So that may be recognized on the fourth whereas. It should be that the city the proposed fourth whereas comprehensive plan development regulation amendment docket proposal number 18 was received by October 1st, 2023 for consideration on the 2024 docket. I'm sorry, I missed that.
No big deal. Right, that's my point. There. It just needs the word received in there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Jacobson, for preventing that train wreck.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so are we good with the motion that was on the screen that is now off the screen? Do we want to throw it back up there just to make sure there's eyes on what that change was?
Yeah, Ellie's working on it right now. Just give us about 10 more seconds. The correction to the resolution.
Oh, apologies. Got it. Okay.
Sorry, Ellie's sitting to my left here. I'm not just talking to the air.
Yeah, so Pio, if you can thumbs up this thing before we get a motion on the floor.
Thumbs up, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Council, is there a motion to approve this resolution as presented?
So moved.
Okay. I'll second the motion. So it was moved by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Mayor Neese. Any discussion? Pio, is that an old hand? Okay, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Andral,
Abstain.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Abstain.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
And Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
4 yeses, 2 abstentions.
Very good. All right, motion passes. So we're on to the next item of regular business.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I need just one moment for my team to invite Councilmember Weinberg to rejoin the meeting.
Gotcha. I would ask council if they need a break, but we've had so many breaks.
Someone email him.
Yeah.
While we do that, council, I do want to just say thank you for bearing with me on that amendment. I know that was a lot of effort to go through for maybe not a lot of juice, but I felt like it was the right thing to do. And that was what allowed me to support that motion. So thank you for that. Okay, Councilmember Weinberg has rejoined us. Councilmember Weinberg, we are just waiting for staff to give us the green light to move forward. All right, we're all set. All right, our last item of regular business is AB 6382, the 2024 Annual Docket Review of Proposed Comprehensive Plan and Development Code Amendments, Resolution Number 1655, for which we welcome CPD Director Jeff Thomas and Deputy CPD Director Allison Van Gorp.
Yep, and same as the last item, Allison has a short slide deck she's going to walk you through. Before she fires that up there, or while she's firing it up, just to note, items 8 and 9 that we're going to be looking at here are the aforementioned state mandates from the last legislative session. So that will be familiar to the council once we get to those here as part of the staff presentation. Allison,
All right, thank you. Again, I just have a handful of slides here. I'll try to move through fairly quickly and then we can take questions. Oh, and I think that Chair Murphy from the Planning Commission is joining us as well. I just wanted to make sure he was introduced and he'll be available for questions after the presentation as well. Okay, let's see. Good to go. Okay, some of these slides are a little bit duplicative with the previous presentation, so I'll go through those parts quickly. This is the annual opportunity for the public to propose comp plan and development code amendments. 7 proposals were received from the public by the October 1 deadline. 1 of those was later withdrawn, and then 10 proposals were also submitted by the city. So we will be reviewing those 16 remaining proposals as a part of this agenda bill. We'll be reviewing the Planning Commission recommendations and determining which items to place on the 2024 docket. The items placed on the docket will go on the work plan for legislative review beginning in 2024. Slides do not want to advance. There we go. Okay, again, the docketing criteria are the same 5 that we discussed on the prior item. I'm not going to read through them all again since I did that a little while ago. You all have them in the packet if you would like to review them again. And again, the same issues with resources and capacity. As we've discussed already a few times, we have 2 big work items coming up: the continuation of the periodic update of the comprehensive plan and the legislatively mandated work that we need to do for housing related legislation. And then items that are placed on the docket will remain on the docket until a decision is made. Okay, so this is the kind of summary of all of the items that we'll be going through. I'm going to go through each of them very briefly. There is more information in the packet, and if you have questions, happy to address those at the end. So items 1 through 5 were initially proposed by Daniel Thompson for the docket over the previous 3 years, and the city put them forward this year as a city-supported proposal, basically because of the delay that has happened with the residential development standards work. You may recall that work was paused last spring when it became clear that the legislature was likely to pass 1 or more pieces of legislation that would affect our residential development standards. So since that work has been significantly delayed and will now be joined up with that legislatively mandated work, we thought, there was some reason to put these on the docket so that they would be at front of mind when we do pick that work back up. So each of these ideas has to do with specific areas of the residential development standards. The first has to do with how gross floor area is calculated when you have a vaulted ceiling, and it would lower the threshold from 12 feet to 10 feet for when that space counts for 150% GFA. The second, this amendment would include exterior covered decks in the calculation of gross floor area and include covered porches on the first level as well. For the third, it has to do with how garages and carports can be allowed within the first 10 feet of a property line on a steep slope, and it would eliminate that ability. There's currently a gross floor area incentive for ADUs, and it would limit that incentive to lots that are 8,400 square feet or less. And for 5, it would reduce the requirement for when 2 parking spaces are required from 3,000 square feet to 2,000 square feet of gross floor area. So right now, houses 3,000 square feet and less only need to provide 2 parking spaces. That would reduce it to 2,000 square feet and less. Okay, so moving on to item number 6. This one was proposed by the city, and it has to do with how the height of a home is calculated on the downhill side of a slope. This is called the downhill facade height. And the city is seeking to clarify kind of how we calculate the top of the building. Previously, it has to do with where the rafters of the roof are located, and we want to simplify that and make it just look at the actual top of the roof structure. For item number 7, this pertains to the town center code. It currently limits commercial and non-residential buildings to 2 stories, and we would be looking at adding new standards for government services that could allow additional height and other standards for a potential new city hall if the city was looking to locate one in the town center in the future. As we've mentioned previously, items 8 and 9 have to do with code amendments that are required by state legislation. There's two groups of three. The first is 5290, 1293, and 5412. These items would amend the administrative code to implement new permit timelines, correct errors, and improve clarity and consistency. It would also amend standards, the design standards, and design review process. We need to implement clear and objective review standards according to HB 1293. And then we'll also consider SB 5412 allows us to amend SEPA requirements for middle housing. And so we will look at whether or not we would like to do that. Item number 9 is the one that's primarily related to residential standards, HB 1110, 1337, and 1042. We need to make amendments to allow middle housing, to adjust our standards for accessory dwelling units, and to allow the conversion of existing commercial or mixed-use spaces to residential use. So that's all wrapped into item 9. Item 10 is the final proposal from the city, and it has to do with temporary use provisions. The city does not currently have any temporary use provisions outside of the town center, and this comes up every so often as an issue or a concern. A lot of different things can fall under temporary uses, and we don't currently have a way to permit them in an effective manner. So this would address that issue. Item 11 is the proposal that was withdrawn. Items 12 and 13 were both proposed by Matthew Goldbach. They're very similar. The first one would prohibit rezoning of single-family residentially zoned property. And the second one would prohibit a non-residential structure or use from requesting or obtaining a rezone or reclassification of their property. Item 14 is proposed by Regan McClellan. This is also related to the downhill building facade height. And it's an alternate proposal on how to address the issue there. It would allow multiple facades on a building face to be treated separately when calculating the building height on the sloping side of a lot. Number 15 was proposed by the Mercer Island Country Club. It also pertains to temporary uses like item 10. However, it is specific to some of the needs that the country club has identified for their property in regards to a desire to place a tennis bubble. So it looks at things like the duration a temporary use could be allowed and issues like that. Item 16 was proposed by Mike Murphy. This would reduce setbacks from piped watercourses and add a limited exception to piped watercourse setbacks for existing homes. And number 17 was proposed by Adam Raghab. This amendment will require each residential dwelling unit outside of the town center with a gross floor area less than 3,000 square feet to provide 2 parking spaces. I believe that's 2 covered parking spaces sufficient in size to park a passenger vehicle and charge it. So this one's kind of forward looking to when the requirements of HB 1110 are implemented, and we would allow non-single family dwelling units outside the town center. Okay, so this slide does include a summary of the Planning Commission's recommendation on each of those items. And then I've also kind of wrapped that up here on this slide. The Planning Commission has recommended docketing proposed amendments 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, and 16. So the council can deliberate and determine which of those of the proposals on the table they would like to move forward to the docket. And you will do that by approving resolution 1655 and determining which docket items to include as a part of that resolution. That concludes my presentation.
Very good. Thank you, Allison. All right. For the benefit of the council, Planning Commission Chair Mike Murphy is also in attendance, and he's here to answer questions council might have regarding the Planning Commission recommendation. And so I'll open it up, council, to questions of Chair Murphy. If there are any. Councilmember Weicker.
Yeah, I just want to thank Chair Murphy for his service and give him a chance to tell us about his work and any commentary you have on the agenda item before us.
Thank you, council member. Given the lateness of the hour, I will spare you too much detail. What I tried to do in the memo was add a little bit of the detail and rationale as to how the Planning Commission reached its decisions. There were a number of ones that were fairly obvious, and there were a number that were more difficult. And what I would say is that the ones that I think that are more challenging are the combination of items 6 and 14, and 15 and 10, but 15 and 10 might be moot at this point in light of what you've done with item 18, or 15 may be moot. And then 16, which you've already heard from Carolyn, who always likes to get the last word on all matters before the Planning Commission. But you know, I would say that the Planning Commission looked very hard at these items. We spent a whole evening on just the legislative items, and there was a good discussion, detailed discussion of the issues, and we felt that we came to very good decisions. They were usually not close. The closest vote was 2-5, and it was generally 6-1 or 7-0 as far as how we reached our decisions.
Very good. Thank you, Chair. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Mike answered my question.
Okay. All right. Not seeing any other questions for Chair Murphy. Gonna let him go given the late hour. Is that, I'm not seeing.
Mr. Mayor, I had a question.
Councilman Reynolds.
Yes, Mr. Murphy, I gather you've seen some of the recent communication from Carolyn Boatsman. Can you just take a minute and respond to her concerns? If I recall correctly, in particular, she felt that you had not made a compelling argument that item 16 was consistent with or advanced a requirement of the comprehensive plan, which something to that effect was one of the requirements of docketing. Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, what I would say is a couple of things. You know, first of all, the comp plan says nothing about identifying and restoring pre-existing natural drainages as a public benefit. So the code provision is kind of out on a limb. And second, it goes without saying that the city needs to make effective use of its existing lots and housing stock to meet a variety of goals and policies. And those include Housing Policy 1.4, which is preserve the quality of existing residential areas by encouraging maintenance and revitalization of existing housing stock. The problem with these 45-foot setbacks is they prevent people from doing any work on their house of any consequence. So it violates 1.4. But my change would promote 1.4. The same is true with Housing Policy 2.1, which is to provide adequate development capacity to accommodate our share of growth. You know, the ability to renovate houses and make them more suitable for a larger family or a different family is critical to that without tearing things down. And these setbacks in very strange places really impair that. And the last thing I'd point out is Housing Goal 3, which again is to support the adequate preservation, improvement, and development of housing for diverse economic and social segments. Again, you know, these setbacks for well over 100 some lots impair the ability of people to make improvements to their property. So what I did was try to address the concern expressed last year that the proposal was too aggressive and scale that back, reduce the setbacks, and the whole point there is to allow these other policies or to play out. Whereas, keeping these setbacks just prevents people from having any opportunity to even, get in the door at the city.
Jesse, you have a point here?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a potential concern about the previous discussion. Councilmember Reynolds, I didn't hear the entirety of your question, but Chair Murphy, you are here representing the majority of the Planning Commission, not your own individual opinion. So could you just clarify for the record if what you presented is representing the majority of the Planning Commission?
Well, the Planning Commission voted 7-1 to recommend my proposal.
Okay, I need to clarify for the record because I heard a number of I statements. And so I need to make sure tonight's presentation, you are speaking on behalf of the majority of the Planning Commission. And if you were, I apologize for the interruption, but I did need to get that on the record tonight. Thank you.
Based on the discussion and the vote, I believe I am.
Thank you.
To answer your question,
Mayor, can I ask I have a related follow-up question, if I may.
Yeah.
Does the plan, I'll phrase this carefully or attempt to do so, does the Planning Commission believe that they could address this issue without reconvening the engagement of the consultants to do the best available science study, et cetera, that we went through 4 years ago when I was on the Planning Commission? We did all the critical areas work. It was quite an intensive process that took many, many months and engaged consultants to examine and report on that. And then we based our decision on that. Would we have to start that process all over again?
No, I don't believe so. I went back actually and looked at the report that these changes was based on, the BAS report from ESA. And the BAS report actually specifically says that there is no science supporting, it says current BAS does not provide regulatory recommendations for piped watercourses. And that was presented to the Planning Commission. We discussed that. So I don't think
Chair Murphy, I just need to interstep just another time and recognize our city manager, Jesse Bond.
I am just concerned that we're outside the scope of the decision to docket and we're into methodology related to items if they are docketed. So Councilmember Reynolds, I think your question is noted. Council, I want to remind you again this evening, your decision is to docket an item, and the procedure and methodology, if docketed, will be presented to the Planning Commission and the Council upon making the decision to do so.
And Councilmember Reynolds, while the chair is here, I think this is our opportunity to ask about the deliberations of the Planning Commission, but you're certainly welcome to ask that question of staff, once the chair has left this meeting.
This was intended to be a question about what the Planning Commission felt about that issue.
Yes.
And to the city manager's point, one of the decisions we have to make here is whether the staff have resources to do this work or not. And I don't know how to answer that question without understanding what the process involved is.
I understand. It's just really important that you not bake the cake this evening. And I'm concerned that we may be going down that path.
Okay.
All right. Councilmember Anderell.
Sure. And this may be, past, should we docket it, to what is the end result if it's approved, but I find it hard to make a decision dividing those things. If approved, would this amendment enable subdivision of lots that are not currently subdividable?
I can't imagine how it could.
Well, that's not the question.
Can I just pause again to recognize City Manager Bond?
With all due respect, I'm I'm going to just advise caution on asking outcome questions because we don't know the outcome of the process. And I feel the pain in wanting to better understand that. But the decision tonight is really whether to docket an item for further legislative review, of which all of these items will be under consideration.
Thank you. Councilmember Weicker.
All right, let me just take us back up to the 30,000 foot level. Allison, do we have capacity to do all the stuff that the Planning Commission recommends?
Oh,
Or Jeff, Alice, whoever, right? Like if they recommend it, staff recommends it, sounds good to me.
As I previously said in the last item, we're generally speaking taking reservations on the work program for the back half of 2025 at this point. So that point was made in the last item. It does not change with this discussion. So
Right. So next year's docket will be much shorter because we already have a year and a half of work to do.
Or more, depending on what you do tonight.
Okay, Council, can we direct questions to Chair Murphy so we can let him get on to his late evening? And then we will circle back with discussion questions. We have staff, we have all sorts of resources here for you for that. Councilmember Reynolds.
That's an old hand. I apologize.
Okay, so nothing further for Chair Murphy? Councilmember Weinberg.
Other than just thank you, Chair Murphy, for your hard work and the hard work of the entire Planning Commission. I realized after watching the videos for November 15th and November 20th, this was a long discussion and a lot of work. So great job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and thank you the rest of the Planning Commission. Thank you for joining us tonight. Okay, Council, any questions for staff? Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, I guess I just go back to the concerns that I had about docket item 18, and that is, do we have the resources to do some, any, or all of these? Do some, any, or all of these cost money that we don't have or that we want to think about? I mean, I don't want to docket something if we have resource concerns, and I don't want to docket something pretending we don't have resource concerns only to find out that we docketed it and we have to say, oh, well, this requires further study, this requires an expert, whatever. So if somebody can just kind of address that generally, or we can go, amendment by amendment, but I kind of really, since it's one of the 5 docketing criteria, I think we really need to understand that.
Let me step in line here, and then I'll have Jeff finish up my thoughts for me. The term resource is a challenging term. It's a difficult criteria for us to answer. Councilmember Anderl, if you're asking the question, or maybe I'll ask it, do we have the capacity to complete these items in 2024 based on the current work program we have in front of us? The answer is no, we do not. Then you might ask what will happen if these get docketed. They will be added to the list, and we will get to them as soon as we have resources available to do so. When will that be? I don't know. We will sequence things. We always have to prioritize, almost always have to prioritize the state legislature. As you know, we have quite a slug of work in front of us from the last several sessions, and another legislative session just weeks away that may add additional work items. So it often becomes a sequencing issue. I know many of the folks that have submitted docket proposals, hopefully through listening to this meeting, understand that it's, unless the city council reprioritizes work scheduled for 2024, it is unlikely, with the exception of the state requirements, that any of these items would move to the top of the list in 2024. And Jeff will clean up anything that I just said.
Yeah, just real quick, back to amendment number 16 there that we were just discussing with the chair. This was on the docket, or a version of it, last year, and there was some run-up to the docket process last year when staff was taking a look at this. We did confer with the city attorney's office on this, and the discussion at the time last year, we never had this conversation with council last year because there was never a proposal on the table to docket this. But I would, should that item move forward tonight onto the docket, I would want to reserve the ability to ask for some amount of money, probably not overly large, but some amount of money that would update the city's best available science report from the critical areas update. That was a discussion we did have last year internally, and I would certainly not want to proceed and have to double back at some future point in time saying, oh, by the way, this is going to cost us something. So what it will cost exactly, I don't know, but environmental scientists are not free. I do know that. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
I just wanted to point out that criterion number 2 does not have a timeline associated with it. It just says the city can provide the resources, including staff and budget, necessary to review the proposal, or resources can be provided by the applicant for an amendment. So having something added to our docket with the understanding that it's pushing out to 25 or even 26 or 27 for that matter is not contrary to what the criterion is saying. The criterion is just saying, can we provide the resources for it? So I don't think that is something that would be a blocking issue here. I think that Jesse's right on when she says that we're into a sequencing thing where we don't have total control over our docket. There's a lot of stuff coming at us from the state. And it's going to take priority when it comes because it's going to have deadlines. And by mandamus, we have to do what comes down to us from above. So I think we should all be comfortable with the fact that there's some uncertainty about when things are going to happen. But that still doesn't mean that we should say, no, we can't do these things, given that a lot of these things are very important to the island.
Very good. Next up is Councilmember Reynolds.
I just want to make sure I heard something correctly from Mr. Thomas. I think you said a moment ago that this was on the docket last year, but earlier this evening, I think you said things stay on the docket until they're taken off or addressed. So that seems contradictory here. What am I misunderstanding?
I'm clearly misspoke at this late hour. It was a docket request last year that was under consideration. So my apologies for conflating that.
Okay, and a related note, I thought that I had seen that Dan Thompson in one of his emails earlier today said that items 1 through 5 had been previously docketed.
Docket consideration.
They were considered for the dockets that we said?
In multiple years, I believe. Mr.
But they, which I did remember, but they were never formally docketed. Is that correct?
That is correct. You are correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, I was just responding to the concept that we can put as many items on the docket as we want, even if we can't get to them that year. I mean, I would respectfully disagree with Ted's interpretation. I don't have a legal interpretation of it, but since this is an annual docketing process, it seems to me that the expectation is that when you're asked if you have resources to do it, it's for that year because you're going to be faced with new docket requests the following year. So I do think it's relevant to consider, even under discretionary, even if it's not mandatory, but I do think it's relevant to consider whether we have resources during the current docket year to address the request.
Okay. So with that, is it the council's will to go through these and just thumbs up, thumbs down, one by one, and then come up with a combined resolution? Or do you want to try and have a motion on the floor that starts with some potpourri of numbers that gets amended endlessly? Silence is option number 1. Councilmember Reynolds.
I just want to, point of order first, I want to clarify something. The draft resolution that is there includes that it's second to the last paragraph. Does the City Council direct the Planning Commission to analyze, study, and make recommendations to the City Council on the proposed comp plan and development regulation amendments listed on the attached docket? And then it has an Exhibit A, which lists all of them, including those that are docketed, recommended to docket, and not recommended. So if we adopt that resolution as stated, will we be recommending all 1 through 17 are docketed? Or is the intent to just recommend the ones that are recommended for docketing?
Yeah. So if we go through the process of thumbs up, thumbs down, item by item, we will get a resolution that will reflect the outcome of the thumbs up, thumbs down.
And just cross out certain items on that
We'll
list.
just replace that.
Okay.
It's going to take staff a moment to write the resolution when we're done.
Okay, well, can I propose a motion at this point? That might short circuit the process?
Can I
Yes.
quickly go to Councilmember Jacobson just for a comment, or
Sure.
is that a question, Jake, or?
Well, all I wanted to say was, it seems to me the thumbs up, thumbs down is the only way to expeditiously get through all this stuff. And that's contrary to something that you tried to shove down my throat here a few days ago. And I think that may be the easiest way to go about it. And then we can, you know, if there are 4 people that say do it, it goes. If there aren't 4, then we don't. And that's I don't know what Craig's motion was going to be, but that's the way I look at it.
Craig, do you want to, instead of making the motion, describe it and see which way the council would prefer to go?
Yeah, I won't formally make the motion if you prefer, but I would recommend that we vote on accepting everything the Planning Commission has recommended, except for item 16. And we could then vote on those. And then if people want to consider others in addition to that, we could have separate thumbs up, thumbs down on those. But this would enable us to knock a whole bunch of them off at once.
Okay, so for the council, that would include 7, which is a mandated item. That would include 8, which is a mandated item. 9, which is this mandated item. 10. 14 is not, so 14 has 2 competing items, so I would suggest that that not be included, because 14 is counterpart to one that was not docketed but does a different thing on the same topic.
Right, but the one that it's a counterpart to is 6, and they did not recommend a docket, so I'm recommending we do take 16 or 14, whatever it is. 14.
Okay, so my point is that there will be deviations on this, and that, like, it may be that that's not going to succeed because there is 2 options for that one, right? Just because they recommended it doesn't mean that that's the will of council.
Well, I'd like to make that motion regardless, and so move. And if it is defeated, then, or I don't get a second, then we can do one by one.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to take the recommendations of the Planning Commission. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded.
The recommendations, except for number 16, was what I indicated.
Understood.
Okay, so City Clerk, do you have that?
I captured the motion as accept the Planning Commission recommendation minus number 16.
Okay, so city staff, can I ask, what is the competing ideals at a high level between these 2 building facade options?
I'll be happy to answer that for you. So this downhill facade provision of code is probably the singular most controversial and problematic, time-intensive section of the residential code that we the staff deal with on a day-by-day, week-over-week, month-over-month basis. And I think what you're seeing in number 6 and 14, the staff, when this all came to a head a couple of years ago, and in consultation with our city attorney's office, reviewing the language that's in the code currently, the determination was made that a plain reading of the language in the code was sufficient to implement the code. The problem is our plain reading of the code, the staff that's here currently and our city attorney's office, is different than different iterations of code that had been previously conveyed in the past since this section was last updated. So what you see in number 14 is you see a more consistent proposal with not a plain reading of the language that's in the code currently, but how previous iterations of application were being done. Number 14 This is my opinion, my professional opinion. Number 14 is more advantageous to have buildings resulting that are taller residential buildings on a downhill facade, where the plain reading of the language in the code has resulted in a more restrictive. Some would say restrictive. I'd say it's meeting the intent of what the council last adopted when they worked on this section of code a number of years ago. But those are the basic differences between the two.
Okay, substantial. Polar opposites, maybe.
Polar opposites is a great description, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
I'm gonna pull my hand down for the moment.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Any other discussion?
I would just like to note that the intent of this motion is that whether it fails or passes, anything that does not move forward at the basis of this motion could still be considered one-on-one. It's not intended to be an exclusive approve only these things.
Got it. This is a time saver.
Yeah, hopefully, although maybe it just took longer. I don't know.
Okay. Are you done? Okay.
Yes.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Neese,
Nay?
Councilmember Jacobson,
Nay.
Councilmember Weicker,
Nay.
Councilmember Andral, Councilmember Andral,
Oh, sorry, nay.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
and Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye. Aye.
Yes.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor,
Okay.
3-4.
Motion fails. Is it safe to say we're going to just thumbs up, thumbs down and run down the list? Okay.
Sure.
So on the item number 1, is there any questions before we do the thumbs up, thumbs down? No? Okay. Those that want it, thumbs up. I see. Let's just do thumbs up so I can see just the, yeah, 1, 2, 3. So that fails. City Clerk, are you keeping track of these too? You're on mute.
Yes, I will help you count the thumbs up,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Any questions on number 2 before we thumbs up? Okay, number 2, thumbs up. Just thumbs up. It'll be easier if I don't have to see thumbs down. Okay, that's only got 3, so that fails.
Yeah, 4, didn't it?
Was there a 4?
Are you?
I counted 3. Councilmember Weicker had a thumbs down, not a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. Keep me honest, City Clerk. Item number 3. This is a thumbs up if you want it. Okay, that fails.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, 3 is fail.
Yeah, okay, I get it.
Item number 4, this is the GFA incentive for ADUs on small lots. If you want this, thumbs up. Okay, that fails. All right, item number 5. This is the parking threshold. If you want this, thumbs up. Only see 3, that fails. Okay, number 6. This is the city's version of the building height. If you want this, thumbs up.
We have a discussion on this, please?
Yep, happy to.
Yeah. So I've looked at both 6 and 14 pretty closely. And staff's proposed amendment will make the staff's job significantly easier during permitting. However, the change proposed in Amendment 6 amounts to a net reduction in the overall height allowed for owners of sloped lots. It will make us different from all the neighboring municipalities in terms of how height is interpreted. And a net reduction in the overall allowable height will in turn result in a net reduction in property values and net reduction or net increase in lot coverage, because people will still have the same program that they need to implement. It's just they'll have to do it with less height and more width. And I think this is a classic case of whether we should do what is right or what is easy. The right thing to do here, I think, is to address the massing issue by allowing the articulation of the building facade on sloping lots, which is how we've been doing it for decades. So I'm in favor of 14 and not a 6.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
What he said, and then also I'll just note that with all due respect to our development director, that the plain reading is sometimes not so plain, and it appears from the record that I've seen that past CPD staff have made other plain readings of this and interpreted it differently. So I favor method 14. It seemed a more reasonable interpretation for all the reasons that Councilmember Weinberg listed.
Well, I think in fairness, I'm not sure, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Jeff, but I thought you were reading the legislative intent, which comes from the record, the legislative record of RDS, certainly something Allison was here for. A lot of that discussion was around massing height and lot coverage and reducing it. You know,
that is correct. That is, I believe, what I mentioned a few moments ago, but
so, you know, your point, Councilmember Weinberg, and what you're echoing, Councilmember Reynolds, may be true, but it doesn't align with the legislative intent of the RDS. And if we wanted to address the legislative intent of RDS, we should review it like we said we would. And so here we are, you know, many years post the deadline that we set for ourselves to review it, piecemealing it. We're piecemealing it in a way that is very inefficient. Like this is not the way, in my view. Should be looking at the whole RDS. What did we intend to do? And what were the results? And what were the unintended results? But I disagree with the characterization that that's the lay of the land. Councilmember Reynolds, hands up.
Yeah, I'll just note that while you're opposed to piecemealing, you just gave a thumbs up to 5 different measures that would similarly piecemeal it. And so we have to consider that. But I just want to note there are different types of massing, and an articulated building structure that goes down a slope is not a particularly massive view to a building. And as I understand method 6, if you had a steeply sloped lot, it would effectively make it impossible to build a multi-story building, because the height of the first floor at street level would determine the height of the other floors going down, and you wouldn't be able to do it if the lot was very steeply sloped. And if we create more mass by going sideways in order to get the floor area we want, that doesn't really solve a problem in my viewpoint. But be that as it may, so I'll be voting against this one.
Okay. Not seeing any other discussion? If you want 6, that's thumbs up. All right, that fails. All right, 7, this is the town center government uses. If you want this, thumbs up. Any discussion? No, not seeing any, thumbs up. All right, so that one passes, our first one. 8, this is responsive to the legislative session, thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, that looked like there was at least 4 there, and that passes. 9, Unified Land Development Appendices. This is House Bill 1110, 1337. Thumbs up if you want to not. Okay. House 10, Code Amendment Section regulating temporary uses. This is the city's temporary uses. Thumbs up if you want the city to fix that problem. Good. Pass. Okay. Item number 11 was withdrawn. Item number 12, this is the Goldbach rezone of single family residentials. Thumbs up if you want this. That doesn't pass. 13, amendment to prevent non-residential structures. Another Goldbach amendment. Thumbs up if you want it. Not seeing any takers. That fails. Okay, 14, I guess there'll be a number of thumbs up on this one, right? I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that passes. And Mercer Country Club, thumbs up if you want the belts and suspenders. Looks like that passes overwhelmingly.
I have to recuse myself on that vote. As mentioned earlier, I'm a part owner of the country club.
Very good. I didn't count you. Okay, 16. This is the pipe watercourse, daylight the watercourse. Councilmember Jacobson, you have a question? You're on mute there, Jake.
I I feel somewhat uneasy about this one, and I'm wondering if the level of urgency on this is not such that we need to put it on the docket at the moment. I just, it seems, I don't, it's maybe a problem, but I don't know that it's one that needs to get solved right away.
Sure. Councilmember Weicker.
And I'll say it is a problem with people who have this feature in their yards and they can't update their house. So I'm in full support of this, having one of those houses.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, people that want it. Councilmember, hold on, real quick. Councilmember.
I hate to be just point of order here. If this affects Councilmember Weicker's house, does she need to recuse herself from this one?
Well, she didn't say that, did she?
No, the house was already built with setbacks, so it was quite smaller and on a slope. So no, we paid the painful price of these restrictive covenants on.
But this thing, if adopted, would allow you to rebuild on that property that you wouldn't otherwise be able to, correct?
Not helping me, and I'm not rebuilding another house anytime soon.
Well, let's let recusal be handled by the council member. The point of order is established, but she's said no.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Thumbs up if you want it. 1, 2, 3. All right. That fails. And the last one, parking requirements for small houses, small dwellings. I have a question on this one. Allison, you characterized it as small dwellings outside the town center in the residential areas, kind of like 1110 might consider. But what does it do in the multifamily zones, like Shorewood, for example? You would have a lot of small dwellings in Shorewood.
Yeah, I think perhaps something like that was, I mean, I don't want to speak for the person who proposed this. I don't know if they were thinking about the multifamily zones, however, like they specifically excluded town center and didn't mention the multifamily zones. So, the way this is written, I think it would apply to the multifamily zones and it would require 2 parking spaces for dwelling units that are less than 3,000 square feet.
Okay, I mean, my understanding is Shorewood is maxed out with parking, like there is no available room for any development because of parking. This would break that whole 9 yards.
Well, it's multifamily, right? I think the proposed amendment is only for single family.
It just says residential dwelling. I mean, a dwelling is defined in the code, right? It's like a thing you can live in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought I had something in there explicitly saying just for for single family, but I'll take a look.
Staff, can you look at that real quick as well?
I see that the proposal is located in the code chapter 1902, which is the residential zones, and not the multifamily zones. So I think it would apply to what we currently consider our single family zones, which once 1110 is implemented would not really be single family anymore.
Yeah, I would. Right, they're single family zones with allowed uses of middle housing.
Correct.
I mean, maybe we could arm wrestle over the
Yeah,
semantics of that. But
exactly. We will be doing that next year.
okay. That said, that changes my view on it. So those that would like that, thumbs up. And not seeing any takers on that one, so that fails. Okay, so City Clerk, you can check my accounting of that, but I had 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15.
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, do you need a few minutes to make a resolution? Or a moment, or?
I think Allison was doing that.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, we'll need just a 5-minute recess to finish the resolution, and I do apologize for that. If you could give us
Okay.
the 5, and we'll be right back.
We'll be back at 10:50. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, before we begin, Allison, were you able to route the updated resolution to everyone?
Oh, I can do that now.
Thank you. And then after you do that, just to make sure we do a quick review before we vote, we'll have you screen share.
Mm-hmm. So you'd like me to send it to council and staff, correct?
Yes, please.
Just sent it.
Thank you. And while that's coming around, do you mind just quickly screen sharing so that we can verify?
Yeah, so the actual text of the resolution remains the same, and what I have edited is the exhibit. I have filled out the council decision column to indicate whether things are not docketed or docketed.
Thank you. Let's look at the next page, please. Thank you.
7, 8, 9, 10, 14, and 15 have been indicated as docketed.
Mayor, does that align with the process we just went through
Yeah,
to your
I had
satisfaction?
7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15. Look like you had captured that. So, Council, Councilmember Weinberg.
Allison, you can stop screen sharing. Thanks.
So I realize that it's 10:53 p.m. in Seattle time, but I request a 10-minute executive session to discuss legal risk to the city.
Okay, does he need a second for that?
I'll second it for what it's worth.
Yeah, I would need to either take a moment to confer with Council Weinberg, or you would need a motion to enter into executive session.
Okay, so I move that we enter an executive session for 10 minutes to discuss legal risk to the city.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, I got some. Why
Councilmember.
don't we finish what we have to do here and then go into executive session? Because we have a motion or, one thing pending here. We've got a couple of other quick things to do, and why don't we finish the agenda and then do it?
It pertains to our current motion on the floor as of the current resolution that we're about to vote on.
Is it your vote or is it just, okay, general legal rest? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. Any other discussion? No. Weinberg, hand down.
Oh, sorry, I'll take my hand down. Yeah.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson.
Nay.
Councilmember Weicker.
Nay.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Nay.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
And Councilmember Androl.
Nay.
Motion fails.
Okay, so we have a resolution. Do we have?
I move we adopt the resolution as presented.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Jacobson. City Clerk, did you capture the motion?
Mr. Mayor, I have the motion as approved resolution number 1655 to include items number 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, and 15, setting the docket of comprehensive plan and development code amendments for 2024.
Is that it?
That was much more articulate and thorough than what I said, but yes.
She's like ChatGPT for council. Okay.
May I ask the mayor, may I ask the city clerk to repeat the number of the resolution, please?
1655.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody's happy with that? All right, city clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weinberg,
Abstain.
Councilmember Weicker,
Aye.
Councilmember Andral,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
and Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, motion passes. We now move to other business and the planning schedule, for which we welcome and exhausted, I'm sure, City Manager Jesse Bond.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, at this time, I will recommend that you move to cancel your second meeting in December, which would need to be done by motion. And if that is the case, I will see you again in January 2024.
Okay,
So
council, is there a motion to cancel the December 19, 2024 City Council regular meeting? Sounded like it's moved by Councilmember Jacobson. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Anderall. Not seeing any discussion. City clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Andral,
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker,
Aye.
and Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
All right. Motion passes. Any council member absences to report? I guess this is next year now. Councilmember Weicker,
February 6th, I will not be in attendance.
February 6th. No dial in, no nothing, right?
If it's urgent, I can.
I'm not asking, I'm just saying.
I mean, let me know what the agenda looks like, but I'd prefer not to.
Got it. All right. No other absences, not seeing any council member reports. Councilmember Anderall, anything to report?
Nothing to report.
No. Councilmember Jacobson?
Nothing to report.
All right, I have no report. Councilmember Reynolds probably wants to get back to vacation.
Yep.
Councilmember Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, anything to report?
No.
All right, Councilmember Weicker.
There's an SCA meeting tomorrow night in Renton. If y'all could come, it'd be great to see you. If not, I get it. It's a busy time of year.
Got it. Councilmember Weinberg.
I'll be there too, but nothing else to report.
Okay, the next hybrid meeting of the City Council is scheduled for Tuesday, January 2nd, 2024, 5 p.m. The time is now very late, 10:58 p.m. It's killed my average. As a reminder, the council, please stay seated until the staff has terminated the broadcast. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. Happy holidays. Happy New Year.